special meeting is called back to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present and Clerk Oliver is online? The first item on the agenda is 3B, motion to adjourn the executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn the executive session?
I motion.
Second.
A motion to adjourn has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera, seconded by Representative Marquez. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do we need to hear from Clerk Oliver? Okay, I think we're good. Item 3D, motion to adjourn the special meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the special meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made to adjourn has been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. The regular meeting is now called to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present. The first item on the agenda is 1C, Pledge of Allegiance and Moment of Silence. We will stand as Board Member Pastor Rivera leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing while a moment of silence is observed.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and please be seated. Next item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, 1D, land acknowledgement. Please remain seated as Board Member Meyer reads the PXU land acknowledgement statement.
The Phoenix Union High School District is responsible for and committed to creating educational environments that prioritize the achievements of Native American students. We are committed to making their cultural identity visible by acknowledging that our school district resides upon the ancestral lands of the original caretakers, the Huhukam, ancestors of the Akimel Otham, On Akimel Otham, Tono Otham, and Akchin. These sovereign nations are presently known as the Gila River Indian Community, Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, Tono Otham Nation, and Akchin Indian Community. This formal acknowledgement is dedicated to the 22 sovereign nations of Arizona. Phoenix Union understands the importance of providing reparations through truth-telling. We recognize that historical injustices are not traditionally taught in the classroom and are committed to practices prioritizing Native American knowledge, history, representation, and healing. We commit with an open mind to always respect the land, its histories, and its ancestors.
Thank you. Board Member Cross, will you please present the art display?
The art display. The Camelback High School Visual Arts Program prepares students for career, college, and life through the arts. Students learn how to analyze, interpret, and judge art while simultaneously taking a journey of self-discovery through a wide variety of creative media. They engage in artistic expression and demonstrated adaptability, integrity, and self-efficiency. This month's display represents how Camelback Visual Arts students use these skills. The art highlights multiple media options that students explore, such as ceramics, drawings, and paintings, and cutting-edge creativity and computers and technology. Camelback has also expanded its digital photo program and introduced a brand-new course that links traditional art with technology called Digital Media Art. Camelback is embracing the foundation while stepping forward into the future. When it comes to the visual arts, Camelback has it all.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is 2A, recognitions and accomplishments. We are very excited about all the wonderful celebrations that we have tonight. We will recognize the amazing accomplishments of all of our students. Representative Marquez.
Meyer.
I am so sorry, Board Member Meyer.
Maryvale High School's touring Guitar Ensemble has been a source of pride and excellence in the community for 24 years, performing locally, and nationally, and internationally. These young and talented musicians carry the Panther tradition forward and are grateful to perform for you a piece that is perfect for our time. Please join us in welcoming Maryvale's Touring Guitar Ensemble to perform for us this evening.
Hi, thank you for having us. We're Maryvale High School's Touring Guitar Ensemble, and thank you, Governing Board, for allowing us to perform for you. Rather proudly, I want to show a couple of the awards that they've been able to achieve on behalf of our school district. Can you show? And Marco, yeah. We just came back from Anaheim, California. 7 states competing, more than 2,000 students performing. This one was the highest scores of all the students of any category: band, orchestra, choir, guitar, and we won our guitar gold award for that as well.
Right.
And for Arizona's top level for guitar achievement. So I'm very proud of them. So thank you. Thanks. They're going to play a short version of one piece by Philip Glass. This is called Mishima, and this is the first movement. And thank you again for having us.
Representative Marquez.
Next, we would like to welcome our students who traveled to visit historically black colleges and universities. This opportunity is grant-funded and provides our students with real experiences at these prestigious universities. We are grateful for the sponsors who take the time to tour the campuses and provide guidance for our students. Over 30 students who participated in the tours are in attendance this evening, and we're excited to welcome a few of these Phoenix Union scholars to the podium to share their experience with the audience. As soon as we get the podium.
Good evening. My name is Maisha Brown, and I had the honor of coordinating the Phoenix Union High School District 2025 HBCU Spring Tour. I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to several key individuals and organizations that made this experience possible. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the dedicated staff who played an essential role in coordinating and chaperoning this trip. Michaela Jackson, Gwen Lee, Samira Rand, Heidi Kay, and Reggie Bookman. Your hard work and commitment made all the difference. I'm also very deeply grateful to the district leadership for their unwavering support and for providing the necessary resources to ensure the success of this initiative. Your dedication to our students' growth is truly appreciated. A special thank you goes out to Ms. Geary for her tireless efforts over the years in raising our students' ACT scores. With her guidance, our students not only met but exceeded our expectations for ACT growth, and her impact has been profound. Finally, I would like to acknowledge and express our immense gratitude to the Burton Foundation for their ongoing support since 2017. Their contributions have been pivotal to the success of the Phoenix Union High School District's HBCU tour, and we, as a community, are incredibly grateful for their continued partnership. Thank you all for your commitment to the success of this program. Together, we are making lasting impact on the future of our students. I would like to introduce you to our HBCU Tour 2025.
During our HBCU tour, we made some stops at Norfolk State University, Vietnam Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial, and Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial. Next slide, please. Norfolk State is a medium-sized public university in Norfolk, Virginia. The university's mission is to help students set their personal expectations and goals high and do everything they can to achieve them. Some of the ways students are supported are through merit-based scholarships and the technology necessary for college and university, including an iPad, Apple Pencil, and AirPod Pros. The school also has numerous organizations and sports, both at the club and D1 level. And the admission requirements for the school is a 3.2 GPA and, of course, being on track to high school graduation. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial is located in Washington, D.C., and honors those who lost their lives during the war. At these memorials, we visited 4 monuments. The first was the 3 servicemen statue depicting white, black, and Hispanic soldier. The Vietnam War was the first war fought by the U.S. where troops were fully integrated without racial segregation, and the statue acknowledges this. The second was the Vietnam Women's Memorial, which depicts 3 women surrounding an injured soldier. The 3 women represent hope, faith, and charity of the women who served in the war, mostly as nurses. Last were the in memory plaque and the memorial wall, which honored over 58,000 people who lost their lives during the war. The memorial wall has the names of those individuals in chronological order of death or when they were officially missing in action. The MLK Jr. Memorial honors Martin Luther King Jr., a key figure in the civil rights movement. It's located in Washington, D.C., which is where he delivered his famous I Have a Dream speech. Lincoln Memorial, which honors Abraham Lincoln, is actually where Martin Luther King Jr. did his speech. King chose this location because Lincoln was a champion of freedom and equality, eventually signing the Emancipation Proclamation, which abolished slavery. This location became a symbol of hope and equality during the 1963 March on Washington. While here, we were able to stand on the exact spot where Martin Luther King Jr. was delivered his I Have a Dream speech, which I found powerful.
During our trip, we were lucky to see Hampton University, Virginia Union University, and National Museum of African American History and Culture. Hampton University, or as I like to call it, HU, is a prestigious private college located in Hampton, Virginia that was founded in 1861. It's well known for its historic legacy, academic achievements, and excellence. The campus is strikingly beautiful, featuring scenic nature and gorgeous waterfronts. And in my opinion, it was the most beautiful campus we visited on that trip. Approximately 70% of the students here are female, which was surprising because I've never seen a college predominantly populated by one gender. A fun fact is that HU is home to the first ever African American History Museum, the Hampton University Museum, which was founded in 1868. They had one of the most comprehensive collections of African American, Asian, and Native American art. Students can also enjoy access to local attractions such as the Virginia Beach Boardwalk and a variety of student-led organizations, 55 groups to be exact. Next slide, please. Virginia University, which was located in the capital of Virginia, Richmond, is a very interesting college surrounded by historical landmark and cultural institutions. The university's location near the James River and Richmond's vibrant downtown makes it an ideal environment for students interested in both academic growth and cultural exploration. VUU is celebrated for its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. And although it serves as primarily African American institution, it houses a global community and welcomes everyone with open arms. Matter of fact, some of the members on the trip got accepted into the college by bringing it in their resumes, which was awesome. I was able to connect with people here the most, and I got the Instagrams of 2 of the students there who were part of the fraternities. So now occasionally I can see cool updates about the college, like when someone gets accepted to the frat and rings the huge bell they have. The university offers an educational experience deeply rooted in the African American heritage, fostering both personal and cultural development with the historically significant setting. Next slide, please. Last but not least, during our visit, we explored the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. Needless to say, this museum is not only an immersive and powerful tribute to us African Americans, but it's also a living archive of our resilience, achievements, and contributions to the fabric of American history. Walking through the exhibits was both a deeply personal and collective experience. It affirms our past, inspires our present, and empowers our future. It goes over 400 years of history, from slavery and the civil rights movement to Black excellence in our arts, sports, politics, and innovation. The museum offers a profound educational experience that complements the mission and heritage of HBCUs like Hampton and VUU.
In this slide, we visit Coppin State University, the Black Lives Matter Plaza, and we did a Baltimore neighborhood tour. Coppin State University has an enrollment of 2,000 students, which makes it a very small university. With many benefits of it being a small university, it also has many resources, like it has like mock classrooms for students that represent the real work environment, such as in a surgery room or a law room for select classes. They also give advisors to their students for all 4 of throughout their whole college experience, which makes it a very supportive environment. As well as helping students gain professional skills, they also help with attire and stuff by providing business clothes to the students there. Coppin State University has a very low tuition with about $7,000, which is the same for in-state and out-of-state students. The Black Lives Matter mural is a form of public street art that emerged prominently in 2020 as a visual expression of solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement. It was commissioned by Mayor Merrill Bowser And the mirror features the words Black Lives Matter in yellow paint. And the Black Lives Matter Plaza was decommissioned during our HBCU tour, so it wasn't a attraction that we would get to see. It was due to a lot of the political things going on in our country. It is important to share these things. The taking down of the mirror was an act by pressure by Republicans, and it is important to share these things because as students, we should take advantage of these opportunities in our future because it is our right to further our education, our experience, and any wisdom we may garner. Next slide, please. This tour was a walk through the neighborhood of Baltimore, and we visit neighborhoods. We visit neighborhoods of great historical cultures, the same alleys Billie Holiday and Frederick Douglass lived and walked in. It felt really belittling, empowering to be walking in the same streets and the same homes that they have lived and walked in. In addition, we learned more about the architect of Baltimore and its history. We saw the ports where imports or materials and slaves arrives, and we also saw around where there's cobblestone is where it was the same cobblestone from years ago where they used to take it to use to balance the boats when they used to take off the stuff from the imports. It was something that makes you rethink of the past and how it makes you feel as an individual. When I think past it, I think it's important to learn about our history and things that people have gone through. And going through that has taught me why we can learn from history to go past it. What I took from here is that this is a place where people can look, where people, residents of the neighborhood, and students like us will always remember the history, the pain, the celebrations that happened. It is very interesting to know that we were walking on the same grounds that our ancestors walked on, and it was a very humbling experience.
Good evening to parents, families, and members of the governing board. Before I share my experience concerning Morgan State University and Howard University, I'd like to personally thank you all for the support you have given this group of individuals. Without your support, we would have been unable to truly take part in and learn about the culture of historically Black colleges and universities. To begin, the motto of Morgan State University is growing the future, leading the world. While touring both campuses, I was able to witness this motto being exemplified. Concerning Howard University, I learned that the institution mentors students in its business school and provides them valuable networking opportunities such as meeting figures in the music industry. Howard ultimately shapes future leaders by giving its students exposure, similar to what our governing board has done with funding the HBCU tour. Such exposure, I've concluded, allows students to refine and become confident in their abilities. Similarly, Morgan State University fulfills its motto by providing resources for students with an emphasis on financial support. A significant resource the university offers is studying abroad with financial expenses covered. As a result of World Study, an individual can practice independence, cultural acceptance, and cultural appreciation. Morgan State also seeks to support its students by providing formal business attire. This resource ensures that students appear presentable when needed. I again can draw connections between the generosity of these two universities and the PXU governing board. Similar to how Morgan State offers to pay for studying abroad, the governing board approves spending for the HBCU tour. I only hope that Howard University, Morgan State, and the governing board continue with their initiative of shaping a bright and positive future. Thank you.
I wanted to make sure that we shared that all of our students have to participate in ACT prep in order to attend this great tour. in this journey that we have, we wanted to share the increase of growth that all of our young people here today gained in their ACT scores from the beginning. They tested at the very beginning of the prep, and then of course they tested in the middle of the prep, and then they tested in March at their school sites at the end of the prep. So we had an increase in 4.5 in English, an increase in 1.7 in math, an increase in 2.7 in reading, an increase in 3.1 in science, and an increase in 2.7 in their composite scores. And this is the average for all 31 students. We had over 4 students score a 30, and we had half of our students score at least 22. Thank you.
Before we move on, I just want to take a point of privilege and say how proud I am of the bravery to talk about the removal of the Black Lives Matter monument from Washington, D.C., and that just lifting up that the erasure of these monuments and the erasure of certain demographics from government websites does not reflect the values of PXU. And I'm very, very happy to be here in front of a school district that really invests in the diversity and also teaching about equity and empathy through literature and history. So thank you so much, HBCU tour students, for your report and lifting that piece of history up. I greatly appreciate it. Board Member Pastor Rivera.
As we close out the school year, we want to finish tonight's celebrations by recognizing a few of the incredible members of the graduating class of 2025. Each year, Phoenix Union graduates over 5,000 scholars who are ready to take the next step in their lives and become the future of Phoenix. Whether it is the military, the job market, college, or anything in between, Phoenix Union prides itself on preparing our students for success in college, career, and life. The students here tonight represent the wide range of next steps happening in our city, and we cannot be prouder. Let's begin with Micah Carter, a senior at Bostrom High School, who Micah has overcome personal challenges, including the loss of his older brother, to become the student body president and a track and field athlete. After graduation, he plans to study psychology or philosophy at community college, aiming to transfer to university and compete in the Olympics in the long jump. Micah is passionate about mental health advocacy, creativity, and dreams of building his own home one day. Congratulations, Micah.
All right. Looks like I got the next recognition. Next, we want you to meet Gianna Rico, a senior at Fairfax High School, who moved to Phoenix during her 8th grade year and has been here ever since. Gianna, who is part Navajo, is on the cheer team and cherishes the friendships she has made with cheer being her favorite activity at Fairfax. After graduation, she plans to attend Arizona State University to study dental hygiene with the ultimate goal of becoming an orthodontist. Congratulations, Gianna. Representative Marquez.
Next up is Xavier Best, who spent 3 years in the junior ROTC program at Chavez High School before switching to Digital Academy to graduate early and prepare for his enlistment in the Marines. Coming from a military family with his father in the Air Force, Xavier officially finished his high school in March and will start his Marine training in September. His dedication to serving his country and his strategic planning for his future are truly commendable. Congratulations, Xavier. Next, we want you to meet Chanel Carlisle, a senior at Bioscience High School, who despite a big social shift from middle school has found a supportive community and now serves as the sustainability officer. After graduation, she plans to study environmental engineering or mechanical engineering with a minor in sustainability at either Columbia University or Arizona State University, with a strong interest in a career related to the environment. In her free time, Chanel enjoys creative hobbies like thrifting, sewing, crocheting, and advises students to embrace their individuality and not fear judgment. Great job, Chanel.
Board Member Meyer.
Up next is Juliana Ramirez Fernandez, a senior at Trevor Brown. And the recipient of the 2025 DECA Emerging Leader Honor Award. As the president of the Trevor Brown DECA chapter, Juliana revitalized the chapter, led successful campaigns, and inspired members to excel in competitions, all while preparing to graduate #1 in her class. Juliana plans to attend Washington University in St. Louis to study business with a focus on marketing.
Board Member Cross. Microphone.
Next up is Alan Diaz, can you hear me? Viescas. A senior at Camelback High School who is deeply involved on campus participating in student government, link crew, basketball, volleyball, and National Honor Society. After graduation, Alan plans to attend Grand Canyon University to become a physical therapist for sports-related injuries, inspired by his experience assisting the athletic trainer at Camelback in his free time. Alan enjoys playing sports, reading, and spending time outdoors. Congratulations, Alan.
Board Member Pastor Rivera.
We welcome Ernesta Ruales from Carl Hayden Community High School. Joined this evening by her very proud parents. Ernesta represents everything that the Hayden community stands for by never backing down from a challenge and overcoming any obstacle that has come her way. Ernesta is involved in Special Olympics and unified sports. Her dream is to become a teacher because she loves her teachers in the CBT program at Hayden. Next year, Ernesta will join the Upward and Onward program at South to take the next step in her life. Congratulations, Ernesta. Congratulations to our graduates. If you want to see even more stories of our incredible scholars, visit our Class of 2025 webpage, built by our marketing associate Vanessa Herb, that highlights one graduate from each high school in the district. These stories are incredible. Again, congratulations, class of 2025.
So we're gonna take a picture facing this way, so if you all just wanna come around, we're all gonna take a picture. You wanna do it this way? We can do it this way, all right, cool. And if some of the board wants to come in around the back, that's awesome. Yeah. Wherever you want. There we go. Now we're gonna figure this one out, right? So, our taller gentleman and ladies in the back. Just kind of everyone fill in for a big group photo. Damn, I used to be the tallest man anymore. All right, you got that drip on. There we go, there we go. Can everyone see the camera? If you can see the camera can see you, okay? All right, everyone look over here. All right. So I asked them to stay, but I think our guitar. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, really? Congratulations, everybody.
You don't get cold, huh? Freezing my ass.
Listen, I lived in negative 40 degrees.
I lived in Minnesota 1 year too long.
Yeah?
That means I lived there 1 year.
No, I love the Midwest. There's something different about the Midwest.
My folks
I
were
hope to
from
go back.
St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah.
And I went to school in Missouri first round before I got kicked out because I was partying too hardy. There was a little spitfire in me at one time.
Oh, I need time travel to see that side. Come on now. Is this before the calamari?
Oh, God, yeah. I didn't have calamari till I was in Spain. Well, actually, the calamari came after I got kicked out.
All right. Do we have forms at right?
Yeah. Yeah, because Signet's here. Well, he's got to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Next item, 3A, reports from student government. This month, our student government representatives from across the district have sent us a pre-recorded video. Let's hear the message, please.
Good evening, Phoenix Student Governing Board.
We wanted to take this opportunity
To thank
the entire,
Phoenix Union Governing Board.
as well as
Superintendent Andrade for giving the students of PXU a voice.
We thank you for including us, making sure we are seen and heard when it comes to what is best for all the students in PXU. We are truly grateful.
We also appreciate you allowing us to celebrate
our accomplishments with you,
and for always.
supporting us in our goals.
This year,
We also had
the opportunity to
report on the issues and concerns facing each of our campuses.
we met with our principals, staff, and students and presented those concerns and possible solutions to the governing board.
We are looking forward to hearing from the governing board
About how you can help us.
bring some of these solutions to fruition at our schools.
Thank you for making Phoenix Union the best place to learn, grow, and thrive.
Thank you to
Board Member Cross,
Board Member Marcus,
Board Member Meyer, Board Member Napa,
Board Member Oliver,
Board Member Pastor Rivera,
and Superintendent Andrade.
and all the amazing people at PXU Center for Educational Excellence that make all of this possible.
Special shout out to everyone who presented this year.
and our
Student Government Advisors.
Until next year,
This is Jasmine Sarate,
and Cece Baker.
and we're from Central.
Jair from Maryville High School.
Mejia from Maryville High School.
My name is Samantha Saez Miranda from Alhambra High School.
My name is Jasmine Ramirez from Alhambra High School.
Here, Allison Navarro, Rosangel Herrera from Bioscience High School.
From Giovanna and Giselle from Carhagen High School. Miranda,
Ariana Chavez,
from Cesar Chavez High School.
Atia Raji, Isabella Munoz from Wilson College Prep. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is 3B, reports from employee organizations. Our representatives reporting tonight are Mr. Esteban Fleming, CTA President, Ms. Anastasia Jimenez, CEA Vice President, Mr. John Doherty, ADA President, and Ms. Laura Taylor, PUFE Executive Director. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, governing board members, community, and staff in attendance virtually and here. I'm Esteban Flemings, President of the Phoenix Union CTA. I stand before you again representing over 1,000 certified educators in PXU. Happy that we stand together in solidarity on this May 1st, International Workers' Day. As the proud president of one of the largest educators unions in the state of Arizona, we appreciate the relationship that we have here with the district, the board, and our union siblings in CEA and AEA, ADA. Our work as your work as a board is valued, and your discussions around the executive order have been heard. While it's hard at times for people to be in the space to watch the special sessions, because they happen pretty frequently over the last month, I want to know that we did share that information out with members, and a lot of them did view the discussions that did occur. I shared with our members, and I expressed to them that they should watch and hear the discussion about the decision to move forward regarding the DEI before the injunction was put in place. I heard back from several members, while not everyone agreed with the path of the board, everyone I spoke to did understand the passion and the hard position this board was placed in regarding how best to proceed for not only staff, but for our students, most importantly. And honestly, it was your heartfelt words that provide a sense of understanding. So please, thank you, and always speak your truth from your position of power here on the dais. As the board agenda shows, we have done a lot of work this year, but not everything is perfect. This last week, I spent a significant portion of my time discussing with my members what the role of an ombudsman really means to CTA, how things will look next year regarding changes in the professional agreement and our evaluation document, and possibly some things that we missed in our MOAs. Being part of the work does not mean that we get everything perfect the first time out there, and that's okay. We will do our best to adjust and move forward in 2025 or 25, 26. Part of being a leader, though, I also want to recognize is encouraging my members to come and speak their truths when they have concerns and share their voice. And so I'm excited to hear that we will have members speaking during the call to the public. And I want more and more of our members to feel comfortable coming up and sharing this experience with everyone, being part of the governance that this governing board has. So I just encourage everyone here, please remember, and always assume best intent when someone speaks from the dais. Many times, they are really coming here to offer ideas on how to make things better for staff, students, and community. And really how to just put that hand out. Sometimes there is criticism, but oftentimes it's criticism in the form of, hey, let's do this better, and here's how we can do it. I look forward to the upcoming forums for North, Central, and Maryville's principal, and to support whoever those leaders are. I want to say congratulations to Mr. Williams and Mr. Aragon for their positions at Coding Academy and Bioscience, and their new leadership roles. I'm looking forward to this summer to work with administration to ensure that all the changes that are going to go through, there's a clear understanding and we can make sure everything starts the year off nice and calm. And I'm happy with it, that many of the administration that we currently have are comfortable in reaching out to myself when there's questions. I think it's really sort of brought down some of the tension that there exists at times. So with that, CTA will be doing a lot of work this summer, not only with AEA, but NEA. So keep an eye out for us. Please, also, if you haven't, please talk to your board buddy. They're really excited. We're really looking forward to this program and seeing where this goes. And thank you all as we wrap up 24-25. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Ms. Anastasia Jimenez, CEA Vice President.
Good evening, Governing Board. Sorry, President, actually. My VP's not here tonight. Sometimes he does do my reports for me, so shout out to him. So good evening, Superintendent Andrade, Governing Board members of the PXU community, staff, students, and our union sibling associations. Thank you for having us back here tonight. Tonight, like a typical governing board meeting, I begin my statements with a thank you. Not because I enjoy the niceties, but because I genuinely want to emphasize that being here today and engaging in the many happenings of our district across our boundaries and beyond doesn't just happen overnight. Our relationships with all of you are critical to our collective work. We must rely on one another in good faith to push our district forward, making it the most sought after, progressive, innovative, collaborative, and diverse district possible for our students, staff, families, and our vast communities. Our work is often thankless, yet tireless in our pursuits to maintain our district in good standing, ensure it complies with federal and state law, and positions ourselves to make the most informed and inclusive decisions that keep Phoenix Union competitive and recognized across the nation. Change is never easy, but nothing worthwhile is. The inevitable changes that PXU has undergone over the past year or so and continues to work through will be uncomfortable, perhaps even frustrating, and mistakes will eventually happen. However, I believe in being proactive rather than reactive. I also believe in people, in humanity. Now more than ever, as attacks on public education persist, we all need to be more cognizant of our working relationships and leverage them to our advantage with one another. This all starts with respect. And you can't spell respect without ESP. Outside of our associations, our educational support professionals lean on the guidance of our district, our leadership, from the office of the superintendent to the campus managers, principals, and other administrators. Our leadership needs to be equipped with adequate training that supports the relationship between our district's lowest paid employees and some of the highest paid. In the coming school year, I ask and hope that these trainings or professional development opportunities include an extensive dive into our classified professional agreement, covering topics such as contract placements, disciplinary procedures, job descriptions, and interview language and practices. Though some may feel or believe that the 200-page classified professional agreement is archaic or irrelevant or something that prevents progress, I would encourage you to ask and reflect on what was the why behind this language being placed, implemented, and or upheld. For PXU CEA, it is our protections, our rights, our bread and butter, excuse me for saying this, but perhaps even our Bible. When it is overlooked intentionally or not, it is felt by all. I will lean in on my PD learnings here. It is more important to hold impact over intent, to expect discomfort, and to learn to be comfortable with the uncomfortable. These are the marks of an outstanding district and in turn, exceptional education support professionals. Though I don't envy the work of our PXU leadership, I've experienced what the work of a leader encompasses within my own respective position. However, I do expect an honest, intentional, respectful relationship, not only between our PXU associations, but with all of our classified staff across our campuses and sites. We will remain when governing board members, superintendents, teachers, and administrators move, resign, or flee our district, because we are the community and we deserve to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Doherty, ADA President.
Good evening, President Napa, board members, Superintendent Andrade, and Phoenix Union community. May kind of marks the month as we begin to close out the year and we sprint to the finish line of this academic year. And so as we do that, our final sprint, on behalf of the Administrators Association, I want to extend my gratitude to every member of our extraordinary learning community, our educational support personnel, our certified staff, and our administrative employees. Everyone's unwavering commitment to the mission and vision of Phoenix Union has made this year one with meaningful progress and continued service to our students and to our families. Everyone has contributed to the success of this district, and our efforts have not gone unnoticed. From classrooms and offices to buses, cafeterias, and fields, we've shown what it means to lead with heart, professionalism, and purpose. A special note of appreciation to my fellow administration presidents, Esteban Flemons and Anastasia Jimenez. Your partnership, leadership, and dedication to collaboration have strengthened our district and demonstrated what is possible when we work together with trust and shared goals. As we head into the summer and finish up this school year and prepare for the year ahead, we look forward to building on the momentum that we've created. Together, we will continue to serve the Phoenix Union learning community and one another with excellence, with gratitude. Thank you.
President Napa.
Thank you.
President Napa, can I call you back, Principal Doherty? Sorry, I'm a little excited. I just, can I have like a point of privilege? Okay. So I just wanted to say some words to you since I know that you're leaving Maryvale as like a principal, and I just wanted to share my sincere gratitude and thank you, just thank you, really, as the school year closes out. Like, I wanted to have this moment of appreciation now that you're here standing in front of me, because like I only met you literally like last year, like just a couple months, just said hi at a board meeting, but you've been like very welcoming me, constantly saying like, when are you gonna visit Maryvale? When you're ready, let me know. And then when our schedules changes, you've been very flexible overall. And so sorry, just a lot on my mind because my sister actually, my older sister was your former student, and she still has friends she talks to, and they just speak so highly of you all the time. So it's just been really a great experience to know that you were such an impactful principal at Maryvale, and you really put an effort into connecting with your staff and students. So I'm sad to see you leave Maryvale, but I know that I'm happy that you're going to be continuing this positive impact in a different capacity in our district office. So thank you so much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm visiting thank you so much.
Ms. Laura Taylor, PUFE Executive Director.
President Napa, members of the board, Superintendent Andrade, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. In March, the Phoenix Union Foundation for Education announced the recipients of the mini grant awards. We are continuing to get a wide diversity of applications and from more schools. The descriptions of all these mini grants that are listed, and there's page 2 as well, will be placed on our website. And these mini grants have been awarded for fall 2025. The next application for spring 2026 will be available in August. This time around, we awarded over $9,000 to fund these requests. In April, we netted nearly $43,000 through our annual golf tournament and at the GCU golf course. It was a great day. Everyone had a good time being out in the great weather and opportunities for fabulous raffle prizes. There will be a photo album link on our website as well as our next newsletter, so you'll be able to see all the golfers in action. Here's a few of them, and that group down at the bottom is the gang from the foundation. In addition to announcing our mini grant winners, we also announced our scholarship recipients. The scholarship reception was held April 24th at the Academies at South Mountain. There's a few stats here. So we had 175 applicants complete the application, and there were 51 scholarship recipients receiving 62 scholarships. And this year we awarded over $93,000. Thank you. And we have many to thank. Our annual sponsors provided much support throughout the year, and it's really wonderful a wonderful benefit to have them have a scholarship in their name awarded. Our scholarship readers give their time, their dedication, and a level of caring that really goes above and beyond. We're also so grateful for our partnership with the Arizona Community Foundation. They make sure that the scholarship process is fair and objective, and the awards reach the student accounts in a timely manner. We want to say thank you to the Academies at South Mountain for hosting the event and the dedicated staff who provided much help and support that evening. And to the Phoenix Union Marketing and Communications Department for capturing precious moments of the students and their families through videos and photography. Lastly, I want to thank the Phoenix Union Foundation for Education Scholarship Committee. This is one of the hardest working committees with whom I've ever been associated. They have been meeting weekly since August to ensure an effective process and one that is enhanced every year. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is for a call to the public.
According to ARS 38-431.01H, at the conclusion of the call to the public, members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who address the public body, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. We would like to caution members of the audience about commenting on a particular individual and thank you for not referring to any person by name. In order to avoid any concerns with interpretation services, please be aware of the following. We have a Spanish interpreter available to join you at the podium while you address the governing board. Only the PXU assigned interpreter will provide interpretation services. If you have a script on paper or on a device, we ask that you make it available for the interpreter. In order to provide accurate interpreting, we ask that you speak for approximately 2 to 3 sentences at a time and pause for interpreting. You will be given double the amount of time to address the governing board as a result. As usual, we ask that you end your comments when your official time allotment has ended.
Para evitar dificultades con los servicios de intérprete, tenga en cuenta lo siguiente. Tenemos un intérprete de español disponible para acompañarlo mientras se dirige a la mesa directiva. Solo el intérprete asignado por el distrito proveerá servicios de interpretación. Si tiene su mensaje en papel o electrónicamente, le pedimos que lo ponga a disposición del intérprete. Para brindar una interpretación precisa, le pedimos que hable aproximadamente de 2 a 3 oraciones a la vez y haga una pausa para el intérprete. Como resultado, se le dará el doble del tiempo para dirigirse a la mesa directiva. Como de costumbre, le pedimos que finalice sus comentarios cuando termine su tiempo asignado. Gracias por su cooperación.
Presentations tonight are limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. Tonight, we have the option for members of the public to participate in person and virtually. We will start with our speakers who are registered online. We have one request to speak online. Please state your name, indicate the agenda item or topic you wish to speak about, and limit your presentation to 2 minutes. First up, we have Timothy Eisman.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Timothy.
Hi. Sorry about that. My name is Timothy Eisman Stone, and I am the school nurse at Boston High School. And I want to start by just thanking the board for their advocacy and for allowing me to speak tonight. I am speaking regarding the item on tonight's agenda, which I believe is 9K, which is the MOA for salary placement for medically necessary ESS staff for the 2025-2026 school year. My concern is that while all the professionals who are listed in this MOA are very important and absolutely deserve an enhanced salary and stipends, a very important group has been left out, and that is the school nurses. We as school nurses provide vital and life-saving care to students, many of whom are ESS students. For example, a couple of our schools at Phoenix Union have Thrive classrooms where we have medically fragile children who are on ventilators, have feeding tubes, and require advanced nursing care at school. And then in addition to that, throughout our entire district, our nurses provide vital care to ESS students. And we do have the ability to bill for those services through Medicaid. Therefore, what we are asking for is that we be included in this salary increase, and that national certification for school nurses, which is something that some of us hold and others, myself included, are working towards, also be included as a stipend. This will help with recruitment, retention, staff satisfaction, and enhance nursing excellence for our district. Thank you.
Thank you. First up in person, we have Joseph Mendoza from Carl Hayden. All right, please state your name, indicate the agenda item or topic you wish to speak about, and limit your presentation to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joseph Mendoza. Hello, governing board members. I'm representing at Carl Hayden Animal Welfare Club in a petition for a humane removal of bees. As you might have heard, on April 9th, a colony of bees took refuge under the auditorium at Carl Hayden Community High School. Professionals determined the colony would move on after the migration pause, but it could sometimes take 2 or more days but unfortunately, the colony was exterminated the next morning. This resolution is important because, one, bees are essential pollinators and are considered one of the most important species to the health and well-being of the planet. The loss of a single colony can have a ripple effect that destabilizes ecosystems. This year alone, bee specialists report of 60% of all bees have died or lost. Bees are non-aggressive and pose little threat to humans when undisturbed. Less than 1% of all bee encounters result in a sting. Exterminating bees is inhumane, but relocating aligns with our PXU core values. 1, relocation models compassion by prioritizing the well-being of vulnerable creatures, showing humility and respect for life. Relocation models collaboration by working with stakeholders in supporting the environmental health of our neighborhoods. By choosing relocation, we model commitment to our community by addressing the challenges of maintaining a balance with nature on our urban campuses. Relocation models courage by making bold decisions that pave the way for creative solutions. Relocation shows creativity through flexibility and innovation, merging ethical and practical problem solving. Relocation shows conscious stewardship in a world of complex needs. We request the board today to establish a resolution to preference for the humane removal and relocation of bee colonies. Thank you for your time in helping save these vital animals and for your commitment to our core values. And thank you to Lila McClary for helping us find a humane beekeeper to add to our mentor list.
Thank you. Next up, we have Fernando Sanchez, followed by Nidra Shepard.
Hello. It's the end of the school year, and I wanted to use my time to express my gratitude to Superintendent Andrade and the board members. I was able to be IL for the past 3 years, and it has felt like a battle at times. But I truly believe bringing up the concerns and inequities that exist within our ELD department has helped moving the department forward. I do have an ask. Please continue to be vigilant for our EL students. It's a tremendous help. When I started as IL, our ELD program had over half of its students with inaccurate schedules. That's over 200 students that we had to bring into our understaffed and under-resourced department. And that came with so many challenges and sacrifices to my professional character. I don't say that to be hyperbolic or to single out my campus, but to let you know the work our campus has been accomplishing is monumental. Our outspokenness and persistence has turned the department around into approaching compliance, and we need you to stay vigilant. So more of those shall not statements for leadership and narrow in on the loopholes, because there is no reason for our department to have been in the shape that it was in. Please don't let it get so out of hand again. That being said, I am here to use my time to express gratitude, because our campus is closing out the year with an awareness of EL student schedules, a smooth administration of ACELA testing, the promise of trainings around our dual label students, and a focus on consent. We even got 2 new instructional assistants and possibly 4 teachers joining our department next year. That's a big deal based on how we started the year. Superintendent Andrade, I can assume I've probably been an annoyance to you this year, but I am grateful for your leadership, and you've shown up for South. You've made yourself visible and approachable on campus during important times. Thank you for your encouraging words at the GSA conference and camaraderie at the Taste of Soul. But odds are I'll probably still annoy you next year, though, but I am very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Nidra Shepherd, followed by Jennifer Flores.
Good evening, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, and the board, and friends, families, and community. Let me thank you for all the help and support that the board has shown me this year, from phone calls of concern to action at my school. I would like to relate a message to you from the STEP coach. The STEP team is growing, and the bridge between the middle school and high school is promising. We will be performing at Bernard Black 8th grade graduation luncheon, and we will be ready for next year's Black History program or celebration or whenever you need us. But I would be remiss if I didn't speak on my 3 main topics and concerns. The ELD department at South Mountain may be losing the most outspoken IL in the district, which I feel will be a great loss considering all the positive changes that has occurred this year compared to the last couple of years. Regardless of his disposition appearing in front of some people, Mr. Fernando Sanchez is a great student advocate for all students, especially the immigrant and ELD population. Also, number 2, I know what the salary budget is like, but I would like for you to think about working on some of the people that have not been paid for their duties that they have done in the past. And I think that everyone in education deserves what they have, but not at the expense of others. And I did hear the CEA president speak on some things that concern me also. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful summer.
Thank you. Next up, Jennifer Flores, followed by Lance Long.
Good evening, board members, President Napa, and Superintendent Andrade. I am Jenny Flores, a math coach here at PXU. Tonight I want to express my appreciation and for the support from the Department of Professional Development and Teaching and Learning. In particular, I would like to thank the leadership of Mr. Camp and Dr. Wagner. Instructional coaches around the district are gaining more opportunities to engage in and share about instructional coaching, its benefits and impacts with collaborative teams, leadership, and most recently at our first annual PXU Coaching Summit. On Saturday, April 12th, 30 teachers across campuses, content areas, and experience levels were able to experience
authentic interactions with 16 skilled PXU coaches. Participating teachers were able to engage in coaching interactions that empowered them to pursue professional growth personalized to their goals. They had the opportunity to reflect on their practices, create an action plan, and make commitments to continue growing in their practice. Without academic coaching, teacher training often fails to translate into better classroom instruction and higher student achievement. Because it typically offers a single event or is a generic in content and lacks follow-up support. Coaching, in conjunction with teacher training, can be personalized to individual needs, supporting teacher practice within a cycle that directly impacts changes in the classroom. As stated by Coaching Summit participants regarding instructional coaching, and I quote, "It should be required for all teachers to do once or twice a year, not just new staff." And from another participant, I quote, "Coaching can absolutely help to provide quality seats to our students, and I ask that PXU continue to invest in instructional coaching to authentically learn together, personalizing the support we provide to all teachers and staff, and effectively impact student learning." Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Lance Long, followed by Gwen Lee.
My name is Lance Long. I am a teacher in the district. HB 2484 is on the agenda for discussion and possible action. This bill calls for districts to limit the use of cell phones and other social media during the school day. Please note that it says limit, not ban. And I would recommend that you not ban the use of cell phones during passing periods and lunch for the following two reasons. We tried this at Franklin several years ago. It was a total ban from the first bell to the last bell, and it was a nightmare to enforce. In addition, it created rule breakers where there was no need to do so. We modified this to no cell phone use during class time, which was much more enforceable. Two, a total ban would be unreasonable. Teens are very sensible to what is reasonable. Passing periods and lunch are not class time. Using phones during these times does not interfere with the academic process. A total ban would create resentment where it does not need to be created. And I can't think of any teen who would think banning cell phones during class would be unreasonable. They might grumble, but they would see it as a reasonable requirement. And of course, even HB 2484 says there would be reasonable exceptions to such a ban. At Franklin, I have a 30-pocket phone holder on my wall and a number assigned to each student. Other teachers adopted the same procedures when similar phone holders were purchased for each classroom. When I take attendance, the students tell me where their phone is. Either it's in the pouch, in their backpack, or they don't have it. This has worked very well for me the last 2 school years. There was very little grumbling about it, and this ceased very quickly. Again, I recommend you adopt a policy that does not include a total ban throughout the school day, a policy that limits phone use during class time but does not ban the use of cell phones during passing periods and lunch, a policy that has worked well already at Franklin. It is both reasonable and enforceable.
Thank you. Gwen Lee, followed by Amanda Taylor.
Good evening. I agree with what he just said. Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, governing board members. My name is Gwendolyn Lee. I have the privilege of serving as president for the Phoenix Union Black Alliance. On behalf of the organization, I want to sincerely thank you, Superintendent Andrade, exec team members, and this board for your commitment and genuine care. Whether you met with us, approved a line item, scheduled a training, made a phone call, offered guidance, or gave in other ways, please know how much we appreciate you. The impact of your support has been felt across PXU and in the communities we serve. Most importantly, thank you for not just hearing, but truly listening, and for taking meaningful action to ensure our Black students feel welcomed, loved, inspired, and prepared to go places and do things that matter. I also want to offer a heartfelt thank you to anyone in this room or listening at home who contributed to the Phoenix Union Black Alliance Scholarship Fund. Because of your generosity, we were able to award a total of $10,500 in scholarships to 11 deserving students. These awards are more than just dollars. They are investments in potential, in dreams, and in lives that are moving confidently to the next level. From the bottom of our hearts and with the deepest appreciation and gratitude, we say thank you. Thank you for standing with us, walking with us, and making a difference for the students we serve.
Thank you. Amanda Taylor, followed by Megan Christensen.
Good evening, everybody. Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, and all of our awesome board members. My name is Amanda Taylor. Currently, I'm a choir teacher at Maryville High School. I'm also a PXU alumni and co-unit chair for Maryville High School. Before I get to the concerns I was going to bring to you tonight, I actually wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Aguilar and Ms. Tarkington specifically for meeting with me and Ms. Christensen. After the last board meeting, we shared some concerns about our student code of conduct and holding kids accountable, and they went out of their way to meet with us and discuss it and listen to our concerns, and it was really refreshing to have such an open, honest conversation. So I just wanted to take a minute to shout them out and thank them so much for that. The concerns tonight are not my own. They're actually from some of my colleagues, our substitute teachers. They have some concerns, in particular item 10-I, opening up to this third-party company to fill our sub spots, which we all know sub shortage is a real thing, always has been. They haven't gotten a lot of communication though yet, so there's a lot of concerns. What is this going to look like for our current subs? What is it specifically going to look like for our site-based subs? I didn't know if everybody was aware, but some campuses have site-based subs. For example, Maryville, we're very fortunate. We have several amazing substitutes that are just ours. They're a huge part of our culture. Our teachers know them, our students know them. Complete honesty, they sometimes spend more time on campus than our actual teachers do. They are amazing. I know when they sub my class, my kids are safe. And I know my class is going to get taught. So if you can provide any clarity to them, they're just really nervous right now, really scared. There just hasn't been a lot of communication. So I just ask for you to please let them know where they stand, because there's some fears there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Megan Christensen, followed by Heidi Bonfante.
Good evening, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, Governing Board members. I am Megan Christensen, and I'm a parent of 2 Maryville students, a community member of over 30 years, a South Mountain graduate, and a current teacher at Maryville High School. I'm speaking tonight on the district's chaperone procedures for optional student travel, which is policy IJOA-OP-2. The listed chaperone-to-student ratio in this policy is, quote, no more than 10 students supervised by 1 chaperone, a 10-to-1 ratio. However, for optional student travel that does not include an overnight stop, and with the written approval of the principal, the ratio may be 10-to-1 or major fraction thereof, i.e. up to 15-to-1. A principal's signature on a travel requisition represents the principal's written approval of the ratio, represented by the number of traveling students and chaperones, end quote. This language is very clear. The standard ratio for student travel in town is still a 10-to-1 ratio. However, some campuses, including my own, are interpreting the exception of up to 15-to-1 as 15-to-1 is the policy. This is not in the best interest of students or staff and opens our students up to danger, our teachers up to liability, and opens us all up to heartbreak should the worst happen with a lack of proper supervision. As an English teacher, I of all people understand the impact of having teachers out of the classroom to chaperone, but this does not outweigh the importance of student travel opportunities or the right to safety of traveling students. As a parent of students who travel regularly, I implore you to ensure the 10-to-1 ratio is enforced, and the ratio only be exceeded when enforcement would result in a trip being canceled. Our district has seen firsthand the tragedy that can happen when students are not sufficiently supervised, and we are taking needless risks with our students' lives by not upholding the minimum 10-to-1 travel ratio. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Bonfante, followed by Juanita Darby.
Heidi Bonfante had to leave early, so we can move to the next speaker.
Yep. Is it Juanita Darby?
My name is Juanita Darby. I am the parent of Aaron Kokumo, who is a junior at Bioscience High School, 4.83 GPA, I might add. Thank you. Aaron would be here, but he had a robotics competition. He's a mentor in Levine Elementary, and so I'm here to talk for him about the HBCU program and WeGrad. So I want to express my sincere gratitude for the incredible opportunity our students had through the HBCU tour and WeGrad program. Hearing about our young people walk across the campus of historical Black colleges and universities, many for the first time, was deeply moving. It planted a seed of positivity and pride that will last a lifetime. WeGrad gave our family not just information, but inspiration. It opened up real conversations in our homes about higher education, legacy, and what's truly possible for our children's future. I'm thankful for the programs like these that empower both students and parents with knowledge, confidence, and community. Thank you for investing in our children's dreams. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment. I do have a request for the superintendent. Ask the superintendent to look into the student travel policy and the 10-to-1 ratio and ask for a written response to the board.
Yes, I have one, too. Can we look into humane bee removal? Whether it's the resolution or finding a vendor that does rehome instead of extermination. And then I would like to know more about the MOA for school nurses that was spoken on, and why they weren't included in that particular MOA.
Madam President, I would also like to look into the substitute policy as well.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Time is up. Y'all come back. Board Member Pastor Rivera and myself have been on time. Board Member Meyer, Board Member Cross, Representative Marquez, Superintendent Andrade. Y'all are tardy. Note that for the record. Clerk Oliver, are you still online? Can you hear us? We're just checking in. Is Clerk Oliver? Okay. All right. There she is. Thank you, Clerk Oliver. Moving on, next item is 5A, approval of consent agenda. I wish to pull 10P and
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to pull 9K and 10I from the consent agenda.
pulling 9K and 10I from the consent agenda. Anyone else? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items without 10P, 9K, and 10I as presented?
I motion.
Is there a second? Motion to approve the consent agenda, removing those items, has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera and seconded by Board Member Cross. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I heard Clerk Oliver. Those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. We will now go back to item 10P, 9K, and 10I in that order. So 10P, I have a question about, it's approving renewals for Phoenix Union, and on one of these pages, in the total agenda is page 246. And it lists University Termite and Pest Control as a vendor. Can someone please explain to me if this vendor removes bees, or do they exterminate them? And do we have to use them as a vendor if they exterminate?
President Napa, board members, Superintendent Andrade, I don't know the specifics about this company, if they are safe removal for bees, but Ms. Remfrey may know the answer to that. If she could go to the mic, please.
President Napa, this is not the same company that Lila McCleary is getting on board for the safe bee removal. This is for different pest control.
And we can use, we're not exclusive to this vendor. If we approve it, we can go find a vendor that safely removes and rehomes?
Yeah, there's going to be 2 different vendors that she's working on that will rehome and remove them safely.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do we need to approve this?
Madam Chair, I think we have an additional comment from staff.
Okay, one second. Do we have another comment?
The other 2 vendors were added to our system, and we don't expect to go over the threshold, so they can be utilized. But for next year, if we expect them to go over the threshold, we'll go through formal procurement for them.
Thank you so much. Ms. Adams?
Yes, Board Member Napa. So the board should now vote on this agenda item, either a motion to approve and then take a vote, and then we can move to the next item that was pulled from the consent agenda.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve item 10P as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to approve item 10P has been made by myself and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. Is there any discussion? I don't think so. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying,
Before we vote, I just want to say that I'm thankful for the advocacy I've seen regarding this from the students and the staff, and the swift action the district took to really make sure their voices were being heard.
So, yeah, ditto. Thank you so much. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We will now go to item 10K. Representative Marquez?
9K.
Oh, I'm sorry, 9K. Thank you.
I would love to hear from the superintendent or staff about the concerns that were raised in public comment regarding 9K.
Yes, President Napa, Member Marquez, Representative Marquez, I apologize. This was something that was reached consensus in IBN and the IBN process through negotiations. It was not something that our team recommended. I believe that nurses were a critical position left out. But at this point, it can either be worked into next year's IBN, or you can direct us to go back to the table and reopen IBN. Laura, Ms. Tejas, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, thank you,
You were on
Superintendent.
IBN. Yep.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, Representative Marquez. I was fortunate to be part of this subcommittee, and the review was really related to services that are specifically stated in an IEP. In those types of situations, if we have, and you heard earlier tonight, a medically fragile classroom, those typically have nurses that are assigned to them through the IEP process. I believe what was referenced earlier was generally speaking to what students in the general student body might experience in a student health center. Some of those might be ESS students, but not necessarily the same level of care as required in an IEP. And that's the reason that that was not considered for the MOA. Based on the subcommittee work. However, if it's something that the board directs us to take a different look at, as Ms. Andrade indicated, we'd be happy to do that.
So, Ms. Tejas, just to clarify then, a nurse from a medically fragile classroom would be included in this, just not school nurses?
So I think that that's something we would need to take back to the subcommittee and review at the time that we push this forward as a recommendation with the IBN team. It was not a consideration at that point in time. I believe that our nurses recently received a salary increase in the last couple of years, which was part of the consideration that the committee made at that point.
Madam Chair, Superintendent Andrade, I wanted to see if you have a position, if we tabled this for a month to go back to the subcommittee, get more feedback, and get a feedback specifically from the nurses specifically before we vote on this.
Okay, thank you for that consideration. We will do our best, although it is heading into summer, so it might take us into the new year. I just want to put that out there realistically, so that it's a possibility. I would have to reconvene with my team to see if that's even possible in May. They did close up about a week ago or so, and they ratified. So it is something we can take back, but I'll need some time just to work with our association president and figure out next
really
steps.
The feedback, if you, between now and June, if you all come back with the same recommendation, I just want to make sure that we're
Absolutely.
taking a look at this. And if there's support among the board, I'd motion that we table this and look at it again in June.
Thank you.
There's a motion to table item 9K.
I need a second.
Oh. Yeah, there, board, I will second it. So the motion to table 9K has been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by myself. Is there any discussion? That was.
So,
Board Member Meyer.
So in this case, if the recommendation comes back the same in June, we can vote again as if we were going to vote right now. And if the recommendation comes back differently, how would that affect the timeline regarding grants and fiscal year?
So what we would have to do, in my opinion, and again, I would have to go back and consult with the team, but my guess is that we would move forward with this one, go back to the table with the negotiations if they go through, and then retro any affected parties. And Laura, if you want to go ahead and weigh in, feel free. But I can't imagine how else we would do it. But I'm open to.
Thank you, Ms. Andrade and President Napa, Representative Marquez, and Board Member Meyer. I'd like to propose a different idea, maybe for your consideration. What you could do is approve the MOA in its current state and direct us to do a review for the additional positions, and we could bring that back as a recommendation at that point in time.
I can amend my motion to approve the current positions as outlined and direct the superintendent and staff to review the additional positions. Is that
So,
clear?
you're withdrawing how about you just withdraw your original motion and make a new motion?
Okay. I withdraw
Which you
my
just did.
original motion, and I make a motion to approve this item as presented, but to direct the superintendent and staff to look at the additional positions that were not included.
I second that. Any further discussion? Board Member Cross?
I just want to clear my brain here. So we're looking at the IEP nurses were included. We're looking at general nurses that at the general public population of the students. Is that what we're adding in or looking at them looking at putting into this?
President Napa, Board Member Cross, my understanding is what we're being asked to review is nurses that would be tied to the IEPs for inclusion. And if the board's direction is to include additionally school nurses, we can do that as well.
Representative Marquez, is that what you understand?
I'm good with the motion.
Okay. So the motion, are you clear on the motion, Board Member Cross? I want to call you Representative. Okay, on the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, indicate by saying nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. We're now going to go to 10I. Representative Marquez?
Madam Chair, Superintendent Andrade, I believe this was another item that was mentioned during public comment. It seems like there's concerns, at least from one teacher and maybe more. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond tonight.
I'm going to go ahead and ask Dr. Allen to weigh in since she's been heavily involved in this partnership with the substitute service and the rollout.
Thank you, President Napa, Representative Marquez. This will have, going with the cooperative company, which is really just a management system for our substitutes, will have no impact on the substitutes who we use, who the principals prefer on their campuses, and who the substitutes want to work for, which campus they pick. This is really a management system. It also comes with some benefits and perks. They do offer health insurance benefits and other things for the substitutes. We vetted it with not only our principals, but our assistants to the principals who spend a great deal of their time managing substitutes on their campuses. This company takes that away from the assistant principals, secretaries and assistants, and puts it in the hands of the management company. But again, it has no impact on the substitutes who work for us and their preference of site and our preference to keep them in the district.
Madam Chair.
Representative Marquez, I would say that we wanted to approve the contract, and then I believe the talent division will be reaching out and communicating that ahead to our subs after the contract has been approved, to ensure that, because they're probably a little uneasy when they saw it on board docs, as was said in call to the public, thank you. But we will ensure that they know and that is communicated directly to them.
Madam Chair, Superintendent Andrade, Dr. Allen, if you look at the agenda item, it mentions the Paradise Valley School District acting as the lead agency for this. Is there a partnership that we have with Paradise Valley to move with this contract?
Not so much. I believe it's part of procurement, so they've already secured the procurement, so we kind of piggyback onto it, but it doesn't mean we're in partnership with Paradise Valley. We're just using their one GPA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So do we have a motion to approve this consent agenda item or this item 10I?
I move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made to approve item 10I as presented and seconded motion by Board Member Cross, seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. Any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Wait, do we hear from Clerk Oliver?
Yes,
All right, motion carries. Next item is 6A, Superintendent's Report. Ms. Andrade.
Okay. Let's kick it off this morning, or this evening. Good evening, Governing Board and Community. As you all know, it's that time of year where we celebrate all the accumulating achievements across the district, and tonight we have a lot to celebrate as graduation is just around the corner. So I'm going to begin my report tonight by celebrating some fantastic news around FAFSA and the completion rates. Phoenix Union had a 39% overall completion rate, surpassing the state average of 33%. So I just want the record to reflect we beat the state by 6%. Just putting that out there. Special shout out to Bioscience High School with an incredible 92% completion rate. Central High School for reaching 66%. Phoenix Union actually received a letter from the Board of Regents informing us that we are currently in first place for the most improved FAFSA completion rate compared to last year. Again, a testament to the dedication of not only Student and Family Services, but our counselors all across our district and really all our staff. Way to go, everybody. All right, next we're going to congratulate Jeremiah Ratley and Abigail Irigoyen Casillo from Trevor Brown High School for being accepted into the prestigious Leadership Enterprise for Diverse America Summer Program. See, only 100 students nationwide are chosen for this program. These two scholars will spend a month this summer out of the heat in Princeton University, where they'll receive leadership training, writing instruction, standardized test preparation, and a year of highly personalized guidance as they navigate the application and admission process to the most competitive universities and colleges across the country. We're so proud of you both. Next, I want to congratulate, Leslie Rascon, a junior at Fairfax, for winning, this is so cool, the Design a Transit Rap Contest for Valley Metro. She got her stuff on a bus. It's amazing. Leslie competed against 174 other entries, and she won first, so receives a $1,000 prize. Amazing job, Leslie. We're so proud of you. All right. If you see that bus, cheer for it. All right. Next, we celebrate the class of 2025, who has now set a new record with 148 students receiving the Seal of Arts Proficiency, a 70% increase from 23-24. This marks the 5th consecutive year of growing in the number of seals earned by our students. Congratulations to all our talented arts students. Next, we have an exciting food update this evening. North and Bostrom's outdoor eating spaces are finally near completion and are expected to be ready by mid-May. They're beautiful. Next up, Cesar Chavez and Carl Hayden, outdoor eating spaces in the early stages. We're excited for these new spaces and what they will provide to our campus. Congratulations to our Sustainability Challenge winners. In the small school category, Bioscience took first, winning $1,500, and Wilson came in second, earning $1,000. For large schools, Metro won first place and will receive $1,500, and Camelback took second, earning $1,000. Sustainability is extremely important to me, to our board, and to our students and staff and community. Great job, everyone. Recently, 5 Linda Abril students, along with their principal, Mr. Kemp, traveled to the East Coast, funded by the Burton Family Foundation. Students were able to visit the nation's capital and visit with, and do visits, I guess. Thank you to the Burton family for their generous support on this trip. So this is in addition to what you saw earlier with the HBCU tours. Also want to take a minute to recognize Mr. Kemp as a recent appointee to the Board of Directors of the Commission for the National Alliance of Black School Educators. Congratulations, Mr. Kemp. Congratulations to, quote, the talented ones from Trevor Brown High School for winning the Creativity Award at the Epics Journey. Kudos to Esdras Casillo, Karen Jimenez, Tristan Funkagub, Ray Montero, David Franco, and Alex Velasquez for their fantastic work. All right, next up, we recently hosted the NAPE Career Expo, an inspiring event for our PXU Native American families. With the help of our amazing consultant, Ms. Turquoise Devereaux, the event was an incredible success. Students engaged with local Indigenous entrepreneurs and professionals to learn about their journey and their impact in their own community. They also participated in networking workshops, a fashion show, and received professional headshots. President Napa was not only in attendance, but provided an inspirational introduction and welcome message to our family. Thank you to everyone that pulled together and made this day possible. All right, Bostrom High School celebrated Diversity Day with a multicultural event featuring performers and workshops. Students enjoyed activities like hair braiding, anime, African dance, and more. The event ended with a block party. I didn't get an invite. Music and otter pops for everyone. Great job, Bostrom. All right, our very own Dr. Trevelyan from Alhambra High School has been selected as a team event manager for the USA World Relay team traveling to China in May. This track meet will select our USA national team for the World Championship and the 2028 LA Olympic Games. Congratulations to Dr. Trevelyan and best of luck to Team USA. All right, one of my favorite parts here, congratulations to our $1 Million scholars. First up from Trevor Brown and GTA, Daira Quinones Ruiz, $2.8 million. That's almost $3 million. I mean, that's just one person, right? Noemi Torres Zazueta, $2.19 million. Mora Martinez Garcia, $2.1 million. Leza Lopez, $1.2 million. Daniel Hernandez Sumano, $1.14 million. And Isaac Chantaises, $1.09 million. What an incredible achievement. There is so much money on that slide. We're so proud of all of you. All right, if you're driving by 35th Avenue in Campbell anytime soon, be on the lookout for a temporary art installation inspired by Mexican folk art, created by our own students in the park. This installation provides shade and cooling mist, offers relief from the heat. This is one of 9 installations to be displayed across our city over the next 5 months. I want to thank Board Member Meyer for attending this important community event, and congratulations to our students who from Alhambra, Mecha. Dorrance Scholars. Okay, let's celebrate some outstanding achievements by our students who earned the prestigious Dorrance Scholarship and will be attending ASU. Congratulations, Ana Campos Robles from Maryville, who will study mechanical engineering, Jonathan Garcia Vega, Melissa Okana from Maryville GTA, who will study business analytics and computer science, and elementary education, respectively. Oh, my goodness. Finally, let's applaud Jacqueline Rodriguez from Trevor Brown, who will be studying political science. So proud of our Dorrance scholars. Give it up for them. Coding Academy, Gilbert Torres, Natalie Reyes, Ruby Gomez Perez from the Coding Academy are all being awarded the prestigious Rochester Institute of Technology, RIT Merit Scholarship. Each scholar individually receives $96,000 in recognition of their outstanding achievements. Good job, Code Academy. As you know from earlier, Betty Fairfax High School recently hosted We Grad ceremony celebrating 13 families who completed a multi-week workshop in partnership with Arizona State University. I had the opportunity to attend this ceremony and meet with these incredible families and the incredible and passionate presenters. Congratulations to all for earning We Grad certification this year, and for our members, our staff, our members of Black Alliance who made this happen in their pursuit for just really excellence in their community. In partnership with SFS, all their hard work, really getting ASU on board, we did it, and I can't wait to do it again. Today is not a day we usually celebrate, National Principal Appreciation Day. In the back, yeah. I'm going to tell you, we have the best in the state. Our principals are compassionate and inspiring, and they work diligently to provide our staff and our students the best experiences possible. They're innovative, creative, and we are so grateful for their work. I'm excited to welcome on next month even more principals, but for now, I'll give a shout out to Ulysses Aragon, who will be leading bioscience, and of course, James Williams over at Code Academy, and more to come next month. And last but not least, the board, this morning, we had students from across the district participate in the ASU signing day. Over 400 seniors attended and left with fall schedules in hand. They also completed their academic orientation and declared their majors, which they'll likely change later. The top 3 majors, ready? Engineering, liberal arts, and nursing and health sciences. I would have probably been liberal arts. Congratulations to my seniors. We're so proud of you. And this concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 7A is the next item, update on the Budget Advisory Committee. Ms. Andrade.
All right. Okay, well, tonight I'd like to invite Dr. Dialba, ED of Finance, Dr. Alayton Payton, President Chair of the Budget Committee, and Mr. Praful Nidaram to the table to provide an update on the board's Budget Committee work. I also want to personally thank them, as well as Mr. Silvas, for their continued leadership on this committee. I know that there's other things to do from 4:30 to 6:30, so I see that and I recognize that. But this is really important work. They're important conversations. They're going to be life-changing in some ways, and you guys are all leaning into this challenge, and I honestly thank you from the bottom of my heart. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Dialba. Oh, Dr. Dialba, sorry.
Thank you, Superintendent Andrade. President Napa, Clerk Oliver, Governing Board, and Community. Today we'll provide a brief overview of the work conducted by the Budget Committee. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Payton, who's our chair, and Mr. Durham, who's our co-chair, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Payton.
Thank you, Dr. Dialba. Good evening, President Napa, board members, Superintendent Andrade, executive team members in attendance, and Phoenix community. My name is Dr. Elena Payton, and I'm the chair for the Budget Advisory Committee. The committee's work is a massive undertaking requiring a delicate and inclusive approach to ensuring all voices are represented. This evening, Dr. Dialba and I will provide additional information presented throughout the evening. Our goal is to provide final recommendations to the governing board by September of 2025. We hope that the committee's recommendations are thoroughly considered, as the committee is committed to detailed and deliberate scope of work. To date, we have come to learn and best understand the PXU budget, which is very intricate. We have reviewed preliminary surveys and have requested additional data. Vice Chair Praful Nidaram and I are in regular communication with Dr. Dialba in preparation for each budget committee. Mr. Silvas and Dr. Dialba have accommodated data requests, and Ms. Fernandez has provided valuable guidance and oversight. Lastly, on behalf of the committee, thank you for everything that you have afforded us the opportunity to do and trusting us to provide insights and assisting in making crucial decisions for Phoenix Union. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Dialba with additional details.
Thank you. So we've had 3 meetings so far. We've had about 1,000 respondents to the survey employees. The majority are certified staff. We're working on getting our classified staff to respond to the survey and administrators as well. The next session will be May 14th, sometime that Wednesday of the 14th. And really, we will delve into data. So we're going to look at the priority survey data, which I will codify. We'll look at budget data as related to the priorities, staffing and retention data, and then look at a comparison with other districts using AFR data. And so I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. The committee is composed of a very diverse group. They're very engaged. They ask great questions, a lot of questions at the same time, but so far it's been a great experience, and I'm happy to lead together with my team. Any questions?
I've attended the meetings, and it's been very interesting to listen to the insightful questions that are coming up. You guys are doing a great job, and I know that you are taking this to heart. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. Item 7B, a student code of conduct discussion. Ms. Andrade.
Okay, President Napa, members of the board. Tonight, we have a review of the annual Code of Conduct Committee work by Ms. Alyssa Tarkington, who leads the committee and the work. This year's emphasis with feedback was placed on attendance, tardies, and of course, the interventions and consequences that have been updated or revised within the code. We know that students can't learn if they're not present. And at the same time, we also acknowledge our parents play a key role in helping us with attendance, as well as our own expectations as a system around attendance. In this post-COVID era, we're really trying to reduce chronic absenteeism, get to the root cause, and provide support. Raise our expectations so that student attendance increases across the district, therefore achievement will also increase. Here to share those updates, Ms. Alyssa Tarkington.
Thank you, Ms. Andrade. Good evening, President Napa, Governing Board, PXU community. I am here tonight, as Ms. Andrade shared, to provide the updates and facilitate discussion and questions for the Student Code of Conduct for the 25-26 school year. The Student Code of Conduct is an exhibit as part of our student discipline policies. So what we'll go over tonight is the timeline and Student Code of Conduct committee process, or really the process we have for making revisions. I'll share how to use the document format. I believe that in your folders you have a packet of the Student Code of Conduct with the revisions that we've been working on. I have on there that everything in highlight is a change, so those in red font are additions and those with strikeouts would come out. And then I'll go into more depth, as Ms. Andrade shared, about absences, tardies, and ditching. Lastly, I'll share an example of a cell phone addition that can be added once a policy is finalized by the governing board, and I recognize that that policy discussion will be following my presentation. So let's get into our process. As the year transpires, our admin offices provide feedback in their monthly meetings and discussions with items that they are seeing trend during the school year. Specifically, the assistant principals of student support at the large campuses, and then we have a couple of assistant principals at our small campuses and our small specialty school principals. And these are going to be items that they're seeing that need revisions along the way, where there might be gaps or if there are multiple instances where something needs to change. Additionally, our intervention teams, especially the student success coordinators, social workers, and SPY groups that work directly with providing interventions to our students, provide ongoing feedback for recommendations. Then early in the spring semester, we bring together the Code of Conduct Committee. I especially want to thank two of our directors, Ms. Janine Aguilar and Mr. Matt Georgia, who not only facilitate this committee, but they work with these teams of people throughout the school year in their job-alike meetings. We have representatives from all groups, our associations, classroom teachers. We have ESPs, so like safety members, liaisons, behavior interventionists, and social worker, who are some of our non-instructional certified staff providing services. Once the draft of the code is done, it's taken out into a feedback loop all the way through the end of the year, so even presently to ensure that we haven't missed opportunities to think about something differently for next year. So far, it's included principals, the various job alikes intervention teams, and student focus groups. I want to take a moment to use this snip from the code to review how it's used. First, it's important to accurately define and describe behavior violations with a clear definition. These two that you see fall into the transit and traffic category, and so I'll use the traffic motor vehicle as an example. To the right, you'll see two columns of what we call dispositions that can be assigned, meaning that we assign both interventions and consequences when we've had a student behavior violation. Both interventions and consequences are designed to change behavior. Based on the root analysis for the behavior, we usually are able to decide which interventions will be assigned and provided, and based on the severity and impact of the behavior, the consequences are assigned. And these progress on a tiered basis and the context of the situation. So in this case, if you had a student in the traffic motor vehicle area that was driving recklessly in a parking lot, perhaps they, hit a garbage can or a sign or something, we would really sit down with them and, probably have some conferencing and talk to the parents about that. If the student expressed they were anger or that's what they were doing, we'd really have to work with them on strategies on, finding more productive ways to, and less dangerous to exhibit their anger. And then the consequences, we could get the cost of the item that was destroyed or damaged, and if the student didn't have that, we might work on community service or service learning on that. So just kind of an example to take you down that we really take every behavior into context. Now we can get into the revisions. And so I'll start with the behavior definitions and descriptions, and so we have some additions, deletions, and edited language. Our additions this year are listed. Excessive tardies. With every addition of a new behavior definition or description, there's going to be new interventions and consequences so that you have the full range of how we would assign the dispositions. So again, excessive tardies, out of class without permission, unauthorized sales, and student parking rules. I'd like to save the excessive tardies and out of class, as Ms. Andrade shared, for a few slides later. With unauthorized sales, those have been food, drinks, and services, and so just kind of an interesting trend through this school year. And so we did notice that we need another little edit because the footnote is actually not defining services, so I'll give you a couple of examples. So we have, sometimes we have coolers come on campus fully stocked with sodas and candy, and students are selling, and so we have not only policies that fall into our nutritional federal program that really guides what can happen during the school day unless it is an approved fundraiser for like a student club or activity. I actually found out just yesterday that there is a full-on Instagram. I am not going to name the campus. We have a student that it is unbelievable. I know Ms. Wright has been chomping at the bit when we've talked about our barber shops that are set up during lunch. Maybe not so much the piercings in the restroom, but the student with the Instagram, you can do a full order of hot breakfast, drinks, and snacks, and all kinds of things. And so to coincide with that, the APSs have been providing the student feedback on guided questions that they had, and the students really want to see if they can have opportunities to earn money at school. And so one of our initial thoughts, and we'll talk more to the finance department and talent, is do our students know about student work opportunities? And so that would be on campus, and then perhaps working with them to get jobs off campus. So just wanted to give you a little bit of an example. Our edits, we have some language that we've edited in classroom disruption, and then with improper use of technology, what we aim to do is really align that with our technology use agreement, and learned and worked with Ms. Remfrey on getting that correct. And then At the end, I'll provide an example of what can be a cell phone addition, again, once policies are adopted. Next section is interventions. We really only have one addition, and it's not that it's, we don't have this in any of the behaviors, but it's academic recovery time. And so this is in the group of academic misconduct behaviors. Those include cheating, forgery, and plagiarism. When you think about how rapidly AI is coming into place, that would be an example that we would be thinking about. And so, obviously if a student's going to have something that in our systems come up as, being plagiarized, they're not going to get that grade on that, paper or assignment. And so what feedback has come to our administrators is that teachers really want to know what the students know, teach them, again, that proper use of AI, if that's the example, but adding that to that group is a really appropriate intervention that we feel is timely. And then the last section would be consequences. I listed this as an addition for fights. Really, it's edited language, but I wanted to be very transparent that what we're looking at is an addition of a day of off-campus. And so I want to explain how this works. I believe it's on page 23 in your packet, in the Student Code of Conduct. So fights have been for multiple years up to 6 days of off-campus suspension. But we have a structure that you'll see when you start to enter into the short-term off-campus suspensions, where we do an immediate off-campus. We sometimes integrate back through ISS, and then we hold days that, as long as the intervention is completed, we don't have to ever have them do. And so to get more specific, currently, before these revisions, we're at a 2-1-2. So that's 2 days immediately off campus for the suspension. I'm sorry, I think it's 2-1-3. 1 day of ISS and then 2 that are held. And so what has happened is that when we have a really complicated fight, so going back to tiering the range of interventions and consequences, and I'm talking about multiple students, you've got multiple groups of friends at odds, sometimes egging it on, and you're trying to sort and de-escalate all of this, is that you run out of time before everyone's back at campus. Perhaps it's for the the investigation, but more often it's to be able to do the interventions. And so if I can use an example with the board, since I'm looking at 3 of you right now, and so if Board Member Marquez, Board Member Cross, and Board Member Pastor Rivera were involved in this big conflict that ended up in fight and all your friends. What we're asking to do is proposing that we add a day in that off campus so that we can stagger. And so you all would probably be off the first day just to get time and complete the investigation. And then Board Member Marquez might come in on the second day, and we're doing intervention work that's individual and ISS, getting his version, what the problems are. He goes back home, we bring in Board Member Cross. I think you start to get it. And so that we can really start to do, if we've got to do no contact contracts, behavior plans. Sometimes maybe 2 of you were friends and you really got in a conflict over the third person, and you really do want to be friends, and being able to arrange that. It sounds like a lot, and I know I'm speaking quickly just, for time, but our teams are very thoughtful. We're not trying to be more punitive. What we're trying to do is de-escalate so that we don't have second infractions of fights, which leads to more time off campus or out of class. And so happy to, take questions about that as we get through that. And so now I want to address the absences, tardies, and ditching. To start, let's acknowledge that there are 2 categories of absences. One is for students who don't make it to school at all for any number of reasons, and the other is for those who make it, but they're not in class. They may come to school late, or they might come on time, but they may be late to other classes throughout the day. Another group is also at school, but they may skip a class. They might leave campus and not come back, or without permission, or leave campus and come back, or they might just skip third hour. And so I want to share as we go into the next few slides that several years ago, there was a decision to remove all consequences from each of these categories. And they really the disposition only lived in the intervention category. And we're going to analyze the differences in each area and the impact that that can have on a campus. So we'll start with absences and attendance, since we've talked about this year. We know that attendance is guided by state statute and district policies. Our approach in PXU has been one of handling attendance or absences, meaning a student not coming to school, as interventions and parent partnership. And of course, this year we really started to dig into monitor and provide research-based interventions for chronic absenteeism. We have made progress. We know there is more work to be done through continuing to teach students the importance of school attendance, partnering with our parents, celebrating strong attendance, and we anticipate each year having more and more improvement. I also want to share that we think if we can get tighter in the next couple of categories, that's going to help with overall attendance and reduce that chronic absenteeism. So let's look at another snippet of what you have as revisions. So I'm going to go back to the highlights in the red. If you take all of the highlights out, that is our current tardy consequences and interventions in the current code of conduct. So in other words, there are no consequences for being late. Currently, right now, there are conferences, and we can work on academic recovery time, and the truth is that our students know that. We want to be progressive on how we address tardies. We've heard from multiple groups that it is a problem on many of our campuses, and you just have to go, earlier in the semester, you just have to go to class or go to a campus to see that it's a problem. In some cases, when the bell rings, there are hundreds of students that are out and around the campus. And we believe they've worsened over time because of the lack of accountability. We have workplace standards in our CTE courses. We often have IEP transition goals for students that address tardiness. Our partners who provide internships expect our students to be on time to work. And I was at ASU earlier today with our hundreds of students that Ms. Andrade shared, got their schedules today. And they'll have professors somewhere in their journey that will expect them to be on time. Maybe not all of them. Sometimes college professors can be more lenient, but even if they don't, here's the problem. Most of our schools, particularly our large campuses, have a 50-minute class period. A student can be tardy up to the 17th minute because that's by our attendance policy. It's a third of the time. At a third of the class, you become absent. And our students know that. So in this model, we want to tier this so that, a teacher is, again, taking daily attendance and marking tardies. In that third tardy, there'd be a parent notification and a detention assigned by the teacher. I'll talk a little bit more about detentions in a couple of minutes. At the sixth tardy in a 9-week period, we would really be looking at something more serious, a discipline referral. And I think we've got some editing to do with that. I spent some time talking to Ms. Aguilar. This came late in the committee work, and so we didn't get to spend as much time with, teachers and admin on this. But what we're really looking at is, what are we going to do to figure out that academic recovery time? Because the truth of the matter is, a lot of that academic recovery time can happen in a detention of sorts. And so I want to go back to that 17 minutes. Let's just use 15 minutes. A student right now, if they're 15 minutes late, it's a tardy. It's not an absence. If you have 6, let's see if my math is right. If you have 6 in a 9-week period, that's 90 minutes of class time. That's technically 5 absences because 9 divided by 17 is 5.29. But more importantly, if we have 50 minutes, that's almost 2 entire class period. That's loss of instruction. And so we have students on our campuses that are excessively, or we could call it chronically tardy. And so we've got to find a way to build in a system that we can manage, more accountability for that. And so as you absorb that, I'm going to move into the next area because it's actually a continuum of, again, being out of class and missing instruction time. And so that's the out of class without permission. And so the top category we added last year, I believe, which was leaving campus or school grounds without permission, because again, we hadn't had anything for a few years. And so what we were also seeing is, besides students who leave campus, is students who are on campus, but they're out of class hanging out. So double lunching, I'm sure some of you have heard that term, right, is one form of that. And so between the excessive tardies and those out of class, wandering the campus, we spent a lot of time navigating the challenges that go with that. We started hearing frequent complaints from campuses, and so we actually asked our campuses to start piloting some out-of-class interventions to address the excessive tardies and the ditching. And so the solutions that we've put in the code of conduct are something that we've actually been trying this semester and piloting. And so I'd like to share one model from one of our campuses, which is Camelback. So I believe it was sometime in the spring semester of last year that Camelback's campus committee, or their attendance committee, one of them, really brought this to campus administration. They wanted to try something themselves because they recognized that it was a problem. And so they were working on that. And then this last fall semester, when we really started seeing the challenges, Ms. Andrade encouraged us to figure out some type of a sweep or a system to really address, again, the tardies and being out of class. So we had a working group work together. We had representation from multiple campuses, again, including safety members, including student support team members, and we set up some guidelines that we brought to all of our principals to try this semester if they didn't already have something in place or if they were having the problems. And so, again, what you'll notice is it's closely aligned to what we're putting in the code, but we don't necessarily define that for every single campus. And so there's a lunch detention that's inside after 3, at the second one, or the 6th tardy, I'm trying to see that. Again, another one. And so campuses handle detentions in different ways. So there's supervisory pay that campuses use for lunch detentions or after school. At Camelback, they've aligned it with their Saturday school. And so they have seen a lot of progress from, I think, a couple of years ago or even last school year. What I really like about this as well is that there's very clear communication. Their teachers understand this structure in this system. They're all in, and so this has become just a way they do business in their system. I would imagine they'd say it's not perfect. There's always process improvements, but the point is that students understand they need to be in class, and when that bell rings and there's music and those kinds of things going, people are getting themselves to class. And so we really want to be able to ensure that if we're getting students to class, for the most part, again, we don't expect perfection. If we are keeping them from ditching, then we can focus our staff energies and our strategies much more on the attendance where students aren't coming to school and really address that. And so the last area that I want to address is an addition that we've made as an example. And again, this is subject to change based on a policy adoption, but this would be to also have a progressive process for cell phone usage. And so we would be wanting to allow our students and our teachers to allow cell phones for educational purposes only when approved and supervised and directed by a teacher. and that we would also allow them to use their cell phones outside of the instructional parts of the school day. So they could have them at passing periods, they could have them at lunch. We write, so it's appropriate to the setting. I'm pretty sure a soccer coach wouldn't want a student pulling out their phone in the middle of practice, so, that common sense part of it. And so we would have a progressive outline on this. And so the first would be a warning, please put your phone away, ask the staff to mark that in Synergy. And the reason that's important is that, again, our students have, multiple classes throughout the day. On the second offense, the teacher would again mark it, but the student would be sent to the assistant principal's office, and the student would only be able to pick up that cell phone at the end of the school day, so after school. On the third, that student would actually have to check in their phone daily for a week, so they don't have their phone at all. By the way, there's campuses that are doing these things right now, and it was tough in the very beginning, but because they followed through, they've seen a lot of improvements. After that, it would be pretty progressive, and the parent and the campus admin would have to have some type of an agreement, and it could be that there's a designated, maybe a longer period of time that they have to check it in, but the parent would have to pick it up after that third offense. It wouldn't be the student picking it up after school. And so with that, we can have discussion and questions.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I had a question about Saturday school. Outside of students that are tardy or get sent to Saturday school for disciplinary reason, is there anybody else that's on campus on Saturdays for what purposes, or is that the primary purpose of Saturday school?
So I actually it is not the primary purpose, and I would definitely love my chief or somebody to weigh in if I'm wrong, but generally speaking, I think that campuses can determine how to use their Title I funds. And so if they're using their Title I funds, there is certainly a requirement that goes with that, with their academics and reading and math. They pair that as a second opportunity to make that an option. I don't necessarily know that all of our campuses have Saturday school, which is why we said that detentions could look different from campus to campus.
Anyone else have questions, discussion?
I had a question.
Yes.
I was looking at the part of the student, regarding the cars and parking. I was just wondering, what trends did you notice as a campus that inspired the student parking rules? So what trends did you notice that inspired adding this to the student handbook?
Thank you, President Napa, Board Member Meyer. So this has come as part of an overall safety opportunity, and so, without getting into the weeds on it, you could have a suspicious vehicle or a tip that came in about something maybe being in a vehicle. And so again, because of our policies, the vehicles that are on our campus are subject to, a search, or, it could be any number of reasons, but we feel that this really is part of a larger safety component, in that we really need to be able to identify, I have a permit for my CEE parking. They know that if my lights are on or if it gets damaged or hit, they know how to contact me. And so it's the same concept for our students that we would have for our staff.
And as a consequence for the detention aspect, were you all envisioning this to happen during lunch, after school, since it seems like Saturday is a little challenging?
That would be the creativity of the campus, and so they have been creative and begun to figure those things out, and we could also help and guide in that.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Cross?
I love these suggestions, just from classroom point of view. First, on the tardies, I like the idea of if you don't show up to your detention during school, during lunch, then you get to go on Saturdays. Trust me, the kids don't want to come in on Saturdays. So they try to make their their detention. I also like the taking the cell phone away at the end of the day after the third strike, and then keeping it away from them for a week. For what strike was that? The sixth strike?
I believe that was actually the third. So
The
the
third?
first is a warning. The second, they go down with it, check it into the office. They can pick it up at the end of the day.
Right.
But on the third, in working with the parent, they'd have to check it in their front office for the week.
I love it.
And after that, we're talking about parents having to pick up or something more serious, because it's really defiance at that point, or an
Right.
addiction, or any number of things.
Very nice suggestions.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So I was thinking about in relation to as we add the advanced weapon detection systems in the schools, were you all envisioning or brainstorming on consequences in relation to, like, if a student doesn't go through the metal detector advanced weapon detection system at the start? Like, I was imagining maybe it looks something like ditching, like the same consequences as ditching. Have you all considered that aspect?
I don't think we have, because I know we have some policies that we're getting through. We had the pilots, and so I might not be the best person to answer that, but I certainly would take guidance from, our exec leadership team on how we could address that. I will say that we do have, when students refuse searches, we have consequences. So I would think that if a student refused to walk through the detectors, that would be much like refusing a search, and so we would probably handle it very similar.
I was also thinking in the way if someone opened like a back entrance. I don't know if that's possible, but like if someone's like, oh, let me just open the back entrance to let someone in, if that was thought of.
I mean, that can happen now, so I don't guess. So I tell our leaders, don't guess, look in the code. If we don't have a place where that fits appropriately, and generally I know I always go to Ms. Aguilar too, she might be saying it somewhere in this building right now, then that might be one that we would need to add as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Page 6, transit rules, violating the policies of PXU Student Code of Conduct during transport to or from school, sponsored events. This transport can be via district or any public transportation. I'm aware that our school conduct extends to our vehicles, any of our buses, vans, whatever it is. Please explain to me how our authority and our jurisdiction extends to public transportation.
So if I have it right, because I've been taught well by our legal counsel, it's not carte blanche. It really goes, it's contextual, each incident. But for example, we know that we have, hundreds of kids who ride the light rail. And so if that extends into our campus, you really have to look at how it impacts the school day in our campus. That is how we then approach that. And I'm getting a nod from Ms. Fernandez, so I think I handled that right. And so we're very careful. The administrators know that, and they call, and so we walk through that to understand that.
So if our student is using prohibited items, or they're being disruptive, or maybe even involved in a fight off of school property on public transportation, that carries school consequences in addition to whatever it is on the public transportation?
It could. I'm going to be like a lawyer. I'm pretending right now.
Thank you, President Napa, board members. As Ms. Tarkenson said, it is very contextualized and very fact-specific, and so there has to be a tie back into the school. So for example, in your example of a fight, if it started at the school, even if it was banter between students going back and forth, I'm going to beat you up at the bus line, whatever it is, then at that point, it becomes a matter where we may have jurisdiction.
So if I got into a fight and I was being disruptive anytime outside of it being connected to school, we wouldn't have jurisdiction to punish that student on public transportation for their behavior on public transportation?
That's correct.
Okay.
That being said, If it was something that was impacting the school and we needed to put a safety plan together that's non-punitive, we would be able to do something like that to maintain the safety environment of the school.
Thank you. Let's see. How does that, so if it is on public transportation, and it's in connection to a school situation, how do we not also fold into that private transportation? A personal vehicle, a parent's vehicle?
Well, again, if there's a tie into the school, we can also address those situations as well.
Is that listed here? Transit rules, motor vehicle rules? Operating motor vehicle on campus at school in manner does not adhere to school public traffic laws. I don't see that same connection call out as public transportation.
President Napa, may I
Yeah,
offer
go
something? If I could step away from transportation for a moment. So thinking about even things that happen at home. So, and maybe you're just talking about vehicles, but if I think about like bullying and harassment. So a lot of what happens in youth period is, social media and such, that's all, it's not even happening at school. I mean, it could be, and I know that's why we're also, got a House bill that's passed, but when you have those bullying situations that might not even be happening at school, it can still have a very serious impact in the school. And so there are then times where we take some type of an action. It could be consequences of sorts, or it could be imposing, again, safety plans, no contact contracts, some other pieces. So, I mean, I know that's not exactly about, having, jurisdiction over a car or something like that. But I mean, there are times when things happen totally outside of school, and as awful as they are, it has no bearing on, it doesn't come into the school, so we don't deal with it. Maybe law enforcement or someone else does. And then there are times that things happen outside of the school, and they do come into play with us.
And President Napa, specifically with the light rail, I think what happens, at least situationally in the cases I've reviewed, is there becomes something that happens on a campus. Let's use Central, given their location to the light rail. Yes, Jake. And, the kids are kind of beefing it out, and then it's like, well, the minute I get on that light rail, I'm going to take care of you. Like, I'm going to take care of this, because then I'm not on school property anymore. And the problem is if it manifested and started at campus, where it continues, we need to understand that we're accountable for them door to door in certain cases. And so specifically when it comes to hundreds of kids getting on the light rail thinking that they are suddenly free and clear of something that we can directly connect back to the campus, that is not the case. They will be held accountable for their actions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to page 6, the unauthorized sale of food, drinks, or services. I'm not aware of the Instagram account, but I do see on TikTok very entrepreneurial students who sell breakfast burritos out of their backpack. It's a whole thing. Number one, I'm impressed. Number two, if I carried cash, I would want one of those breakfast burritos as well. And number three, these are highly entrepreneurial endeavors that carry not only, I mean, you got to budget, you got to have startup money, you have to be able to figure out your supplies and your methodologies for delivery and build your customer base. While I understand unauthorized and the chaos it can create on a campus, and personally when I watch it, even though I would buy a burrito, food safety handling, right? I don't want to dampen that entrepreneurial spirit. I don't want to be able to confiscate items that have been invested into a significant amount. And also taking into account the demographic of our students, where this could potentially be feeding them or feeding their family or contributing to household expenses. I guess where I'm going to, with this is, why would we just, what are the avenues, what have we thought about harnessing that creativity, that entrepreneurial spirit into something that we can manage or something that we can encourage safely?
So thank you for that, President Napa. That's exactly, I mean, I am sure that there are some staff supporting, and I am not in any way picking on them at all. In fact, I think one of our directors said, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to go support that student." I'm like, you can't do that. So just with the food alone, I mean, I think there's a few things. So one, do we have them in courses that are supporting that? Do we have opportunities, if this is more about financial need, happy that they're doing, safe, legal, ways to do that. But safe, I say with caution, because as you said, we don't know. Someone could get sick on our campus, and so that's a problem. So whether it's coursework, whether it's some of our other, in our portfolio, an opportunity, I mean, there really is a barbershop, and I know that principal is in the back, don't raise your hand, but I mean, there really was a student setting up shop. I mean, they had the aprons that they put around the neck and clippers and all those kinds of things, and so really trying to help, as you said, harness that. The reality is the food and drink are just a whole separate category because it's multiple areas. It's not only just the safety of the food, but it really does, I believe, I was looking back at Dr. Dialba, he actually came into play with the situation we had because a parent pushed back pretty hard. But even our own clubs and activities have to follow guidelines, working with student government, working with what they can sell at those times. And so it's a bigger statute behind that than just Phoenix Union saying, okay, we're going to kind of put it in our code because they're doing well. They're profitable. So I do think that, teachers and admin will work in every way they can to help guide and harness that, but we're school. And so we want them in those programs, but have to have some parameters on these things.
Yes, Board Member Cross.
I totally agree. It's a tough call.
Yeah.
And don't we have a situation, though, where you're in competition with free and reduced lunches as well?
That's what I probably didn't articulate well,
It was
excuse me.
always thrown in my face.
Yeah.
As far as an advisor for a club, yes, that's where.
And President Napa, Board Member Cross, that really was the policy that I was referring to that I think is a larger, I don't know if it's a rule or a statute behind our free and reduced lunch program. I mean, there are literally do's and don'ts, time of days, the items, et cetera.
So if I was a student and I want to engage in this, could I possibly sell before school, outside of the school boundaries? I mean, what's the, again, totally shutting down a student. Anyways, please answer.
If I know correct, and I, again, want a colleague, when I was principal, I remember that's when I first really learned about it because I had to uphold it. I believe it's midnight the night before. I don't even think you can do it before school. Does anyone know off the top of their head from our exec team?
You are correct,
They're
Ms.
leaving me
Tarkington.
hanging. Okay.
All right, okay, Board Member Cross.
What about after school?
I think we could probably get this to Ms. Andrade. I don't have it memorized, but I'm not sure.
I was told I could after school.
I think we can look into that and provide some feedback around the hours that are legitimate and the places that are legitimate. We certainly don't want to stifle this creativity and entrepreneurship. We also have clubs that sell and fundraise, and so then club against club is enough for a campus to deal with. So it could cause issues, at least for the way we operate today. So we'd have to figure out how to find the time and the space for entrepreneurial.
President Napa?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to echo President Napa's points in this. It's only been 5 years since I graduated from high school myself. And a large way my cousins and I would raise money for Christmas gifts, I have 14 first cousins alone on my dad's side, would be through these entrepreneurial spirits. I would go down to Levine, South Mountain, where my cousins resided. Here's some sodas, and boom, boom. We'll go to their campuses and raise that money. So I'm going to echo President Napa's points of this entrepreneurial spirit. These opportunities definitely helped my cousins and I stay afloat many, many times, and supporting our other cousins and whatnot on my paternal side. So, yeah, my father's side. So if we are able to look into the after school or even before school, I would greatly appreciate that as well.
President Napa, I also wanted to echo this. Also, I like that your personal touch. And I think one thing that comes to mind is when I was at North, I had a friend who also would sell like donuts. It was packaged goods. And it was an interesting experience because she was undocumented, so she couldn't legally get a job. So she had to find another way to be able to afford to be able to go to prom, to be able to afford to do like all these other things. So I think about her when I look at this amendment and I see that, or this student conduct, I see that at the back it does have like the 1, 2, 3 on page 31. And it does say like, first incident items will be confiscated and returned to parent and guardian. And I'm wondering if there's like, we can leave wiggle room for some kind of wording that says like skills intervention would also entail communication of some sort, like to be able to foster that ingenuity, entrepreneurial experience, and also just like the needs of our students.
Thank you, Member Meyer. And President Napa, if I could just jump in here and clarify the hours. It is midnight the night before, but then it only extends 30 minutes after school gets out. So Member Cross, you were correct in your memory as well. And so I think the key that we're probably getting locked into is unauthorized. And so what we probably need to do is explore the time and the space that we designate for this, because if it's authorized, then it's okay. I know Carl Hayden, Principal Rubio, shared that he has entrepreneurial days dedicated to these efforts. Now, I don't know how often they are, if they're once a month or once a semester. So we could look at that and start slow and see how popular they are. And again, Sherry, close your ears for a minute. Maybe the food is after school, I don't know, but there's an opportunity for kids to look forward to it. Again, I don't know that it could be every month. I don't know why it couldn't be, though. So I would like an opportunity to explore this, take a look, talk with our campuses, talk with our entrepreneurial students, those that are in entrepreneurial CTE pathways, and really get some feedback from our community around this, because I think we're onto something.
Yeah, and I would just like to lift up too, city ordinances. I remember it being in the news, and then city ordinances were changed to allow of selling of food that was cooked, assembled in someone's home. So you just had to get a food handler's permit. You have to learn the rules of what it means to handle food safely and to be able to sell it safely. So yes, I would greatly appreciate looking into authorized ways to be entrepreneurial and to not kill that entrepreneurial spirit or just nip it in the bud. Students are savvy, students know how to operate around rules. I would rather us be in cooperation with them and use this as a learning experience and also a skill developing experience. Anyone else have anything to say? Okay, last thing, I think. Excessive tardies. This is something that, working with high school students at the community college level and trying to drill into them, y'all got to be in class. Y'all have to be in class. You only have 2 absences, 3 absences, whatever it is for the attendance policy. Pushback was, Miss, why do I am passing this class. I don't understand why I'm in danger of being dropped. I don't understand why I am being dropped. I have a 97 in this class, but you've missed 5 out of so many classes. Can you share with me, I mean, I'm looking at the parent notification by teacher. I think is really important to be able to connect with parents and, you know, really make sure that they understand the responsibility and the accountability to be in class on time. Also taking into consideration the stress that it puts on instructors if students are consistently tardy and having to, you know, catch those students up that come in late. But what I'm looking here is, you know, I appreciate Camelback High School and, you know, Camelback High School, I will say, does have some really interesting interventions and best practices, and just want to give a shout out to Camelback High School for that, because, you know, if we could launch these best practices district-wide, if it's being tested and it works, let's do it. But the third tardying class, I mean, are we taking away time, instructional time, or other time for them to be in a discipline referral, in ISS, in, you know, these detentions? I'm not sure I would be, I mean, is it going to be a relatable consequence for me to miss out on class or to go to detention for a class that I'm not even attending? So, like, can you explain to me this?
Yes, President Napa, Governing Board, the detentions are not during class. It's their time.
Okay.
Meaning we're taking students' time back from the students, like after they grab their lunch, I believe with Camelback. So first of all, we're not preventing anyone from eating. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. So I believe they have a certain amount of time. They go get their lunch, and then they report for the rest of the time to the assigned detention. They work with a group of teachers that are willing to take this on. I think that's supervisory pay that they utilize for that. I don't know if it rotates, but again, it's a system I think that's evolved since they started it and worked out a lot of the kinks. We have the technology now, so I see that, you know, they've got things like QR codes. We also have flex passes and a lot of that e-hall pass that you've probably also heard about throughout the year. Our campuses are getting better at utilizing those. And so we're not trying to add work to our teachers' loads. We also have a new parent information app that Mr. Franco has brought to us that we're going to be adopting next year. I believe it's called Parent Square. I've learned from several of our staff members who might live around the valley and their kids go to other districts. There's some really great features that can be, I think, pretty efficient. And so we're working out push-out notifications to parents also. I just didn't want to bring all of that, you know, to start. I also knew risking that, you know, there might be teachers out there watching this that are concerned. So that's the nice part, is that we're having this now. We have a principals meeting next week where I've already let them know in a check-in that we'd be talking more about items discussed tonight, and including cell phones.
Yes, go ahead.
I used to look at this as a teaching moment in my classroom because I was teaching CTE. One of the things I would tell the students is employees who were fired, usually the first ones that were fired because either they were always consistently tardy or absent, and they were the first ones to go, especially when there were layoffs coming, or didn't even have to be layoffs. They were the ones that were let go because it's undesirable. So as an education, we need to be teaching our students what they want out there in the real world as employees, especially, and also even going to universities. University professors would lock their doors, you know, not let you in after a certain hour. So what are we teaching the kids if we don't teach them that this is not acceptable behavior? Thank you.
President Napa?
Hold on. Coming back to the excessive tardies, because I've heard from instructors about, and we heard at public comment that there really is no authority to make sure students get to their classes. Can you explain to me how this speaks to that? I mean, like, I remember being on campus as a high school student, and like security would come and like, hey, where are you? And is that not happening currently?
Sure. So President Napa, so again, if you look at page, I think this is page 3, if you take out the highlights, all of the highlights, what you see is the tardy definition, and then you see the intervention is the conference and the academic recovery time. But that's why the teeth it's not been there. And to be honest, because we did set some guidelines, we've been piloting items, so we have some spontaneous sweeps that have been happening. So again, we worked all fall in a working group. We presented in November and December to principals. Some of them started it right in January, right after school started in the spring semester. Some waited closer to the end of third quarter. So I hate to say it this way, but on some campuses, our safety assistants feel like they're having to chase kids. They don't feel empowered because they're trying, but when there isn't even a consequence listed in the code of conduct, it makes it really hard. So it's not for lack of effort by staff all over the district, including teachers, but there hasn't been consequences.
Thank you so much. Board Member Pastor Rivera, and then I think I heard Board Member Meyer.
I was going to echo what Board Member Cross has stated. I think a large part of education in general is not only occurring in the academia, but preparing the children for the real world. And the real world, once they get into the job market, once they get into college or wherever they're going to end up, is being on time. Again, coming from my own background, right, I was always tardy given the opportunity to be tardy. And that did lead to loss of academics, learning, and curriculum. So I think we definitely need to instill in our students some sense of urgency and value in being on time.
Thank you.
I'm taking this in a different direction. Are we okay with the conversation on tardiness? Okay, so I did speak to Ms. Fernandez about this briefly on the consequences when it relates to, like, whenever it says notification to law enforcement, I was hoping that we can add explicit language that says, like, possible subject to arrest. Like, I know it doesn't, like, we don't have jurisdiction over that, but there is, like, Arizona state law that does require that to some extent. And I think, like, in the efforts of preparing our students for the real world, they need to know that the real world consequences of a notification to law enforcement, if you bring, like, some kind of weapon on campus, is expulsion, like, by Arizona law. Like, even me as a student, that was not clear to me. Like, I didn't even know. And I was growing up in the age where more gun violence was happening. And I didn't even know that if you bring a gun to campus, automatic expel. So it's like, if I put myself in the position of students, I think, like, how can we make sure we're clear, like, these are the real world consequences outside of our school? And she had suggested adding, like, a footnote to it, but I was wondering if we could make it just explicitly there in the consequences.
President Napa, Board Member Meyer, I certainly think that we can figure out the wording so that our students and our families understand what the possibilities are.
Anything else on, gosh, what item are we on? 7C, 7B? Okay. This was information only, right? Okay, thank you. All right, moving on then, because it is, good grief, after 9. 7C, cell phone policy discussion with potential action, Ms. Andrade.
Okay, Board, before we engage in a discussion around the cell phone policy, I just wanted to provide some current context across the district of some exemplars, briefly, who have already, again, like you see, some grassroots organic need for change, where they've implemented these cell phone practices at their campuses. If I could invite Principal You are not the president. Principal Arndt, Principal Streeter, and Principal Caballero down to the table. I'm putting you guys on the spot. But if you're getting called down on The Price is Right, it's because you're doing something right. Three very different kind of approaches, three different sized campuses. We've got one of our small, one of our largest, and one of our medium size, right in the middle. And I just would like them to take like a minute or two to explain what's happening on their campus, because we are not starting from the beginning here with this policy. It is, our principals are so competent and so capable, and they've already taken the lead on this. And so I'm confident that as we move forward with this discussion, this context will help ease your mind a little bit. And I think it's important to continue to hear from practitioners and leaders in the field. So with that said, I would like perhaps Ms. Streeter to start us off with what's happening and what happened at Trevor. 2 minutes, just like call to the public.
Please turn on.
Turn it on.
Turn it on. Is it on?
Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, distinguished members of the board and community. So this journey for Trevor Brown and cell phones being the largest campus with about 2,800 students, give or take, right? You can imagine the amount of cell phone use that goes on, authorized and unauthorized. Again, very crafty entrepreneurial students, right? And so 2 years ago, we listened to our staff, and they were beyond frustrated with the amount of time they were spending managing cell phones. It was constant, and it was all over, including from student support staff who were trying to run groups for interventions for our students, and they would still just be looking at the phones instead of receiving that help. So again, 2 years ago, we heard about the stress and frustration caused by managing cell phones in the classroom, and we invested in cell phone lockers. I have one before you. Some of our staff call them cell phone hotels because each cell phone has their own little room. Our student support team calls this a cell phone spa because the cell phones get a break and get to rest while students are getting their interventions, and then some of our teachers use them as the cell phone lockers. We also heard from students who expressed a strong preference for maintaining control of their own devices. They wanted the option to place their phones in the lockers themselves rather than handing them over to any adult. And our staff members also agreed. They did not want the responsibility for touching any of the cell phones for a variety of reasons. And so we were able to come together. Again, this journey's been over 2 years, not perfect, but for those staff members and teachers who opted to have a cell phone spa hotel locker in their classroom, it can be mounted or it can just be placed on the desk. And so what's important is consistency and high expectations. So our students come in the room, they're greeted, they're also reminded to put their cell phones on silent or turn them off for those who use this option. Students then place it wherever they wish to place it. And then once class begins, the teacher has the key, they lock the device, so this way students know that no one else can have access to their phone. When it's appropriate, the staff member or teacher can then allow instructional time to use them for surveys or things like that, whatever's needed, but it's based on the discretion of the teacher. And then toward the end of class, just as you would be closing with any procedures that you would naturally do, students then can go retrieve their individual device. And so that's what we've been implementing across our campus. And so again, it's optional. I was able to purchase 135. We have about 100 in use. You can imagine the beginning of the year is a little bit more strict. And then it's also a motivator. And so for some of our younger grades, hey, if everyone can follow the policies and procedures, be on time, put their cell phone device in, we get class started on time, there's a few minutes left on a Friday afternoon, then we can have a few minutes, right, to have a little bit of a break. And so for Trevor Brown, it's really been a neutralizer. It's really helped teachers focus on what they do best, which is instruction. It's really helped our students who struggle with giving up control of that device. And their control is, what slot am I going to put it in today, right? And then retrieve it. I was asked, I had a parent concern because they were worried that some student might take their student's cell phone. And I have to tell you, knock on wood, I hope I don't jinx it, we actually haven't had that because as part of the procedures before we dismiss, you double check that it is your phone that you have. So we haven't had that challenge at Trevor Brown yet.
And this is why they have so many million-dollar scholars.
Yes.
Thank you, Principal Streeter. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Superintendent Andrade, President Napa Governing Board. So just at Camelback, I'd actually start off that I strongly believe that we have almost a moral obligation to establish some guardrails and some expectations around cell phone use. That the science is pretty clear at this point that at a biological level, cell phones are addictive. I mean, you have hundreds, if not thousands, of notifications a day that steal your attention and that are an enormous barrier to learning. And the truth is that the people who are creating these apps have built them that way on purpose. Your attention is a scarcity, and they want more of it. And we, as educators and school leaders, we need that attention to get our job done and to prepare these students. So I strongly believe that we have an obligation to set some guardrails and expectations around this. So at Camelback, there was not a policy in place around this, so we wanted to tread lightly with our practices. And so we said first at the start of the year to our staff, because similar to Ms. Streeter, we heard it loud and clear, cell phones are a problem. And we said, we have your back. If you as a department, as a collaborative team, as an individual are ready to enforce a cell phone in your room, like we will stand with you, put it in your plan for success so everyone signs off, and we got you. Now, on a more consistent level, we did in our freshman house have an agreement with those 25 teachers that cell phones will not be allowed in the classroom. We did a full break, so no surveys, no free time, whatever that is. Like at no point is your cell phone out. If you have a survey, use your laptop. You have a district-provided laptop that we can monitor, and you can use that for any of your digital needs. And so we did a clean break. We did not, we have the door, shoe holders that people can put cell phones in. But our expectation was that students would simply put the phone in the backpack, and that's it. Like, we don't need to touch it. We don't need you to put it somewhere special. Just put it away, okay? It's as simple as that. I think it's been very successful. We have a system where if you violate that, we kind of keep track, and after a certain amount, we'll have safety pick up your phone, and then, sort of like your proposed policy, eventually the phone might be in the safety office. And so it progresses, but at no point is it punitive. I mean, think of a real addiction. You wouldn't ever punish that person. You just separate them from their addiction. And that's all we want to do with the phones is we're not trying to create a punitive system that leads to something really negative. It's just we are going to separate you from this thing that is addictive. So it's been really successful in freshman house. I think what is true, whether it's cell phones or anything else, when you establish a clear expectation that you reinforce consistently, our young people respond really well. And truthfully, at some point, they're kind of like, yeah, actually, I'm learning a lot more now. So that's a little summary of our situation. Again, I think it's been very good in our freshman house, and we look forward to doing more across the whole campus next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, and board members. We started since the inception of Wilson College Prep, we thought we also had a moral responsibility to teach our students how to utilize technology and cell phones in the classroom. So we already had a stoplight system in place, but after the pandemic, and it was really successful, but after the pandemic, we realized that it was no longer working and that we needed to sit back down, go back to the drawing board and figure figure out procedures that are actually going to be effective post-pandemic. And once we decided to come up with that, we also established some procedures that had multiple infractions that we were going to be able to follow. And also, we put them on the plan for success as well, so that our families had that information, the students had the information. But we also provided a grace period, because we understand that it was going to take students and parents, family time to be able to adjust to the new procedures that we had on our campus. Just like Ms. Streeter, we have our cell phone lock boxes for our teachers. Our teachers actually this was a movement that they initiated, and they were like, we don't mind spending $20, $30, $40 on something that we truly believe in, to make sure that it's implemented on our campus. So they just needed the support from administration, and they also wanted to feel like there was a backbone like they wanted to make sure that if we were going to do this, if a student was refusing or being defiant, that administration and we were ready to and prepared for that. And we're proud to say that over the last 2 years that we've been doing our cell phone policy, we have not given a single referral to any student for defiance. It really has been modeling. Our teachers have modeled the expectation in the classroom and what's expected, and we also treat our students with respect. They understand that if they have an emergency, like, we want to teach them those skill sets that they're in their workforce, they can step out as well and get that phone call. And students understand that, like, parents have the ability to call the front office as well, and we communicate that to our families, that we're here, we're working with them, but we want to make sure that we're helping students learn. And a lot of our families have shared with us very early on that they appreciate that we had not policies, procedures and practice to help students learn in the classroom. And then what I have seen, even in the last 3 years, I've seen our teachers excited about teaching, getting even more creative, because the students are more focused, more engaged, and they're asking meaningful questions. Substitutes are coming into our school and saying, hey, we noticed the difference 3 years ago to now. It's really cool to see that students are engaged, and the environment that you guys have created is conducive to learning. So we have experienced nothing but great things on our campus after we've done that, and our students are blossoming. Yes, we have a few students who are like, I want to have my phone, but this just gives them the opportunity to utilize their phones at home, and during lunchtime. So I think that what we all shared, we've had successes, and we've all had different things that we've done in different infractions, but ultimately we've never done it to punish students or give them consequences. Is to really, really help them learn in the classroom.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
I want to go ahead and thank 3 very brave principals for coming up and sharing their success. I think you're seeing a difference in the behaviors on your campus, in kids engaging, talking to each other, interacting in the classroom. So thank you for sharing, and we look forward to hearing from you again soon. Take care.
So there you go. In case you need it for meetings, in case you need it for something else, you would be shocked.
Next board retreat.
Can I actually have that for my students, or?
It charges, so it's motivating.
Isn't the saying, student behavior doesn't change until adult behavior does? So we might need the lockbox.
There you go. All right.
So I have a question on the policy. JIC, student conduct, we look at the wireless communication devices. I would just like to lift up that it's just not cell phones are not the only technology listed in this policy. It's also wireless communication devices. I think that's really important. AirPods, other wireless earbuds, I think that's really, really important. My concern is in the definition of school day. If we look at, let's see, paragraph 1, 2, whoops. The third paragraph, about halfway through, unless otherwise banned by this policy or by a student supervising teacher or other school administrator, All cellular telephones and other wireless communication devices must be powered off and stored in a secure location and/or remain out of sight during the regular school day unless, and then A, B, C, D, everything that follows. My concern is how school day is actually defined. Under definition, school day shall mean periods of time when students are at school, including meals, passing periods, and recess. Are we really saying that students need to have that put away when they're not receiving instruction?
President Napa, members of the board, you are correct that that is deceiving. So what we thought we would do is add, when we're talking, if you look to the second paragraph, maybe the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down, you'll see that it says any unauthorized use of cell phone, cellular telephones, and other wireless communication during the instructional school day. And I think that, again, we need to go back and clarify what is the instructional school day with a clear definition when we have the first read of this policy. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then I just want to lift up too, I don't want to impose just an overarching definition of what school day is. I appreciate instructional school day, but I also want to give teachers the academic freedom to be able to use technology in their classrooms. And I'm also concerned about how the wireless communication devices will play with the e-hall passes for bathrooms and such. So I don't know if that needs to be in this policy, in a regulation or procedure, but I am concerned about that usage, especially for something like bathroom privileges.
Okay, so President Napa, let's go ahead and go back to the instructional day. One of the very first A says the supervising teacher grants permission for educational purposes. So I think that should take care of the first part, because that's any teacher or any supervising teacher. As for e-hall pass, I know Camelback uses, yep, you're back up. Come on down. You use e-hall pass, and I just don't want to speak out of turn. As you're walking up, I'm asking, does that interfere in any way? Again, you have all these other wireless devices. What's been your experience?
Yeah, so we kicked off e-hall pass, and no, you don't need a phone for it at all. I mean, the pass all happens on your laptop, and if anything, we don't want you to bring your phone with you, because now you're in the restroom, doing something on your phone. We'd rather you keep your phone in the class. So all the e-hall pass, all the flex time, all those digital tools can be managed through your computer, and actually can all be managed through the teacher's dashboard as well. As a student, if you had no connectivity, no digital device, you can still be granted digital passes through the teacher's devices.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just while you're walking away, I just wanted to lift up Camelback High School. I heard wonderful things about y'all's dual enrollment registration and enrollment process. So again, best practice, I hope to
And his
see.
freshman houses aren't too bad either.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
President Napa, I'm looking over the House bill for, I guess I'm just concerned, and I want to make sure, I'm pretty sure our lawyers will be on top of it, but just the wording where on the second page, C, number 1 says, quote, "School day means periods of time when students are at school, including meals, passing periods, and recess." And I guess I'm just concerned about the wording, how that might conflict with the information we were just talking about. I do think students should have access to their personal devices, wireless devices, during their free time, like lunch. So just wanted more clarification of how are we looking at the wording?
Yes, President Napa, Member Meyer, I think some of the elementary schools have away for the day policies, but several high school districts, or even just high schools within Unified, have been more successful, I think, with instructional time being the priority. So it is still within the statute to have that little bit of release time at lunch. Although I think it would be a very interesting pilot, no pressure principles, even for maybe our freshman houses or one group or a small school, no pressure, Wilson. But to see what away for the day might do. I honestly, I think the mental health benefits might be just absolutely incredible. Now, I'm not proposing we come out of the gate with all 24 schools doing, like, I think it's an ease in, but that is there because the elementaries absolutely do the away for the day, defining the school day as such.
Marquez, Representative Marquez.
Yes, Madam Chair. I appreciate the questions about the law and making sure we're compliant with the law as we create a policy. I appreciate Principal Arndt's comments about sort of the moral imperative to do something with these very addictive devices. There's a professor at NYU, I think, that is, advocating for school districts across the country to look at this. Jonathan Haidt, he talks about schools, cell phone free schools, but also I think that we use the word limit, and I'm not the prime co-sponsor of this legislation, but I was a co-sponsor of this legislation because I think if we had used the word prohibit, it probably would have been difficult to get this passed out of the legislature. So I think different school districts will interpret that differently. And so we define school days, meaning while you're, in passing periods and recess and meals. And I think that was intended to think about, like, can we do other things during lunch periods to entertain students, to encourage socialization? The same way that, at an elementary school, recess is the time where you wouldn't want your students just on their phones. You'd want them interacting with each other. So I think, we have to decide as a district, or maybe a pilot by pilot type approach to figure out, what is the best way to implement this. And certainly I don't think we should take action tonight as a first read. I think we would want to get more feedback from everybody in the district to see how we best implement this. And my guess is that school districts across the state will do this differently, and schools within districts will do it differently. But the exceptions are, for educational purposes, emergencies, if there's a medical condition. So I assume my stepdad has diabetes, so I know there's some diabetes apps that are on phones now, so I'm sure there's other medical reasons why students might need access to their phones. But I appreciate our legal counsel for putting this draft policy together, and hope our principals, and I know the Student Advisory Council to the superintendent gave some input on this as well, but would like to get as much input as possible before we implement this next school year.
Thank you for that, Representative Marquez. And I would just like to lift up, we heard in public comment about enforcement, just how this will be implemented and how it will be enforced. I think that's something to consider as well when we look at how we define a school day. And I completely agree with you. There should be a focus on socialization and how to engage students outside of their cell phone when they are at recess or in passing periods. With that said, do you have a motion? I thought I heard something.
Do we need a motion tonight? Because I know it's potential action, but it's not an official first read.
You said it exactly right. So you don't need, I think you've given instruction. If you wanted to confirm it with a motion, you could, but I don't know that it's necessary, given what you've discussed today. And it will come back. It will come back for a first read.
I don't know if it's worth a motion to solicit feedback on the draft policy among staff, teachers, and parents, and however that looks, whether that's a survey between now and, I know we're on a short timeline to do a first and second read before the next school year, but something like that might be worth considering.
And then also lifting up students. We have this policy. Has it been vetted with our students? I would love to hear their feedback as well. And are we on a deadline to make policy or implement before the school year? Is there a specific deadline?
So thank you, President Napa, board members. The deadline would be when the statute goes into effect, which is 90 days after sine die, which we haven't reached yet.
If I could just interject, though, speaking from an instructional leadership, starting the school year on the right note with the right tone is super important. I think versus bringing something in September and saying suddenly, whoops, psych, no cell phones. I think it's important if we can strive to get to using both meetings in June to approve at least a start of a solid policy for next year. I don't argue at all with Member Marquez. I would love to revisit it and tighten it up, or have schools, no pressure principals, volunteer to pilot in some way a more rigorous policy. But I do think it's important that we start in August with a solid policy.
President Napa?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for all this input. I do also want to encourage teachers and principal and just school staff to really reach out to us about like your ideas of policy for this. I say that as like someone who's not in the classroom every day, who doesn't have to keep telling kids like put the phone away. And I really value teachers' input. It's something that they deal with every day. So at least personally for me, like if teachers want to reach out like to my board email and just say like, oh, this is what I've done in my classroom, this is how it's worked, and I would like to encourage this. I think having that teacher input, and I know it's short notice, we're kind of up against another deadline, but I would like to encourage that. And I did want to lift up Linda Brill. I got to visit them last week, and when I was getting a tour from Principal Kemp, he showed me that in their cafeteria they have like activities where students can play. I know played as teenagers, but like they had Jenga, they had Connect 4, so they're trying to encourage other activities to engage the students and build that community. So I would like, in the future, not anything immediate right now, but really look at ways of how can we incorporate those, maybe have community-driven, like donate your gently used board games, donate like card games, things like that, but something along the lines.
And yes, and the rest of the board is
DJs are
not going
very
to discuss
popular at
the,
lunch.
it's not on the agenda. We're going to move right on, so.
Okay. So what I heard is, unless anyone has a motion, I heard instruction to go back and do some work on it.
We will be bringing a first read. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Can't believe it's almost 10 o'clock. 9L, approval of new and revised professional agreement procedures for certified employees for 2025-26 school year. Is there a motion to approve?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Board Member Cross and seconded by Board Member Meyer. Is there any discussion? Okay. All right, then on the motion, did you have, okay. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Moving on to 9M, approval of revised evaluation procedures for certified employees for 2025-2026 school year. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera and seconded by Board Member Cross. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 10CC, approval of statement as to why the override elections are being called. Ms. Andrade.
Okay, board, in April, the regular board meeting, we had approved us calling for an election in November 2025 for a renewal of our M&O override and our district additional assistance override. In preparation for that election, we must now create an informational pamphlet, which is required by law, to mail to all our registered voters. Within the pamphlet, it's basically a statement that explains the reason that we're calling the election, as well as details, impact on taxes, and the specific areas that the override will continue to support across the district. Attached in your board docs, you will find the two statements, one for the M&O, one for the district additional assistance override, both for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there a motion to approve?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Board Member Cross and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item 12B, approval of recommendation for alternative to expulsion placement for student 2024-25-9. Is there a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for an alternative to expulsion placement for the student identified as 2024-25-09?
I motion.
Is there a second? A motion has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera and seconded by Board Member Cross. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The next item is 12C, approval of recommendation for alternative to expulsion placement for student 2024-25-10. Is there a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for an alternative to expulsion placement for student identified as 2024-25-10?
Aye.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera, and I think I heard Board Member Cross? Oh, Board Member
Oliver.
Clerk Oliver. Clerk Oliver. On the motion, those in favor indicate by please saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, wait, there we go. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. 12D, adoption of revised governing board policy, GBGB, staff personnel security and safety on second reading. Ms. Andrade.
Okay, President Napa, members of the board, last month we brought to you a first read. We heard you and your feedback. We have added a safe harbor provision for students that accidentally bring a weapon. We have added an accommodation for our ESS population, added into the regulation for continuous and ongoing training, and updated the weapon detection language. Additionally, we have also looked at software for securing the data collection that was requested for reviewing and monitoring the impact on tardies. When it sets off, the beeping, all that stuff will be collected. Again, we've even provided one-on-one with Dr. Wells to dive into some additional discipline and data analysis. Had the opportunity to visit Westwood High School this morning on a different note for instructional purposes, but 3,500 kids attend that campus and was able to see buses pull up with lots of kids getting off, and between 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units at different areas in the campus. Kids just walked through. There was a little bit of a line at times, but for the most part, they walked through uneventfully, and it was business as usual. So again, our team has completed our safety walks on campuses. We are in a position to order these materials and to begin training over the summer. And at this point, we're at second read, so you can either approve tonight or again, bring us recommendations pending approval with those recommendations. That would be our recommendation at this point.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion to adopt the revised policy?
President Napa, could I have a question answered for this related to teachers? Oh, I was just wondering if.
Well, can that wait for discussion?
Oh, discussion? Okay.
Yeah, let's have a motion. We could also take all three of them if you want to take the three together, and then we could have a motion to approve both GBGB, JIH, KI, and then we could have discussion.
I so move.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, a motion has been made by Board Member Cross and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera to combine GBGB, JIH, and KI. Is there any discussion? Board Member Meyer?
Yes. I just wanted a point of I had a couple of questions, but one point of clarification for 12D related to staff and personal security. Are teachers required to pass through the AWDS systems?
When they are, I'm sorry, President Napa, Member Meyer, when they are coming to work every day, no. If they were to attend an event, though, at a different campus across across town, they may have to walk through it because we can't assume that they're recognizable to a safety staff from somewhere else or could just have someone's ID. So there will be times, but for the most part, when they're coming and going from work, no.
Okay, thank you. And one more comment, since I was told I can't edit this.
One
Yeah.
moment. I would also lift up that, well, I guess a question and clarification. Do staff and faculty, are their IDs on display, and does it say that they are staff or faculty?
It does. It's a lot like a student ID. It has their name, their campus, and their picture.
Okay. I just mentioned that because, I want the metal detector implementation to be applicable to not only students, but also staff. I understand that our staff are vetted, and same thing as at the city, we have to be able to display our IDs. And even though I know the security staff, even though they know me and they see me, if they don't see that piece of identification, I have to go through a whole process of being able to prove that I am a staff member, that I belong in that building, and I get like a temporary little sticker. I just want to be able to make sure that we're holding that standard. And it's not just the students that have to go through there, but also our faculty and our staff have to be able to adhere to some sort of regulation and be able to display that they work on that campus and they belong on that campus. I would understand too that if that was on display, not only for that particular campus, but district-wide, let's say I'm at Alhambra, but I teach at a different school, that exception should be made if I have that proper display.
Correct, President Napa, and that would be outlined in our operational procedures to be absolutely clear with our staff to have their IDs on them. I do believe most cooperate with that, but we can tighten up on that if that means they have to walk through a weapon detection. I think it's the students that resist the ID more. The adults cooperate.
Okay, wonderful. Board Member Meyer.
Yes, and then in relation, since we combined the motions or the policies for 12G, for the receipt only, the reading, the regulation, it's not the policy. I just wanted.
That's not. Go
Right.
ahead.
That's not what we're considering right now.
Okay.
So we're just looking at D, E, and F right now.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on D, E, and F, 12D, E, and F?
I do have one more thing,
Okay.
President Napa. I just wanted confirmation from Board Member Pastor Rivera if this captures the spirit of the Safe Harbor law, since that's something that you were passionate about.
Upon reading, it does.
All right.
Okay, one more thing. I swear this is the last one for this. Sorry, I'm very thorough. I know I talked briefly to Ms. Fernandez about this related to the section that's right after the weapons detection where it says consent. I guess I'm grappling with the weird wording where like in the section of the weapons detection screening program, so it says that like unless an investigation by school officials regarding the possession of prohibited object has already commenced or has already identified, so you're already identified, like it dinged, you're like subject to search. I understand that. I just think we need some kind of wording that clarifies that once it dings, you can't refuse search or there will be consequences. Because if you look at the next section that says consent searches, it says a student's consent is only valid if given willingly and with knowledge of meaning of consent. Students should be told of the right to refuse to be searched. So that's where it gets wordy. So I just want something that says like once the metal detector dings, like the consent searches no longer apply. So it's explicit to our students and staff, if that's what the spirit of this policy is.
We can make that change, Board Member Meyer.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Sure.
I just had a question for Board Member Pastor Rivera. I'm looking at the safe harbor section of this policy. Do you think, and any sort of amnesty boxes would be appropriate to add as a way for a student to dispose, or, put their firearm or weapon into something of that nature, giving students options to avoid not only disciplinary action from the district, but potential legal discipline as well.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead, yeah.
I think I'm going to relay this question over to legal. From my understanding, if a student does bring a firearm based on state code of conduct and law, am I correct in that thinking?
You're talking about lock boxes, I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question? I apologize.
Yeah, so I think what we heard was that our safe harbor policy would ensure that if the student self-identifies that they brought a weapon to a staff member on campus, that would give them safe harbor from discipline from the school district, but the school district is still required to notify law enforcement, which would come with legal consequences. And so on military bases, we have amnesty boxes. If you have a firearm that you shouldn't have at a certain time, or you have ammunition as well. So I don't know if there's a way to do something of that nature so that the student can truly have amnesty and safe harbor without legal consequences if they're willing to take the step forward to say, I made a mistake and I shouldn't be going to school with a firearm.
That becomes a little more complicated, I think, because of the mere fact that we're not supposed to have weapons at school. It adds some potential liability to us, to the district, making sure that people are checking that box, trying to figure out where that we would put that box. There's some logistical issues that would have to be looked at. And so as far as adding that to this, I think we would need to look at that issue a little bit more in order to give you a solid answer on that. Again, I worry a little bit about the liability issues to the district as it pertains to having something like that in place. If somebody forgets to look at the box, if somebody doesn't look at the box quick enough, somebody else gets to the box, there's just a bunch of things, and me and my personality starts to think of the way worse things that could possibly happen with something like that, but we could certainly take a look at that.
And then, Madam Chair, Ms. Fernandez, the change that Board Member Meyer is requesting to make the clarification language around consent, is that something we would need to bring this back for additional edits, or you pass and you feel like you can make the changes, you understand the intent?
Thank you, Board Member Representative Marquez. If you wanted to amend a motion to add the provision that she's requesting, that would incorporate it all in, and you wouldn't have to do any further readings. What we would add in there is something that basically states that the minute that something dings, it's no longer a consensual search. You have now raised the standard of reasonable suspicion for us to be able, that's what the standard is under the law for us to be able to search a student. So that's why that's no longer considered a consent search, but we can clarify that language within the policy. And
Thank
so
you.
if you, yes, of course. And so if we wanted to amend the motion to add the provision that Board Member Meyer has suggested we add, that should take care of everything.
Got it. Madam Chair, Board Member Meyer, do you want to suggest that amendment?
Who made the motion to approve? So it needs to be Member Cross. If you will amend your motion to include, to add the language that Member Meyer has indicated to policy JIH, I believe. Will you amend your motion?
Yes.
And second, Member Pastor Rivera.
I second.
Okay, so we have the motion is to approve all three policies with the addition of the language suggested by Member Meyer to policy JIH.
Okay. On that motion, I think we've had our discussion. On that motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed? And we did not hear from Clerk Oliver. Motion carries.
It looks like she lost sound.
She lost sound?
So we'll just note that she did not vote on that one. So
Okay.
not an abstention, but just did not vote.
She did not vote. Thank you. Next four items are for information only, no action required. Items 12G, receipt of revised governing board regulations, GB/R, staff personal security and safety. 12H, receipt of new governing board regulations, JIH-R, student interrogation searches and arrests. 12I, receipt of revised governing board regulation, KI-RA, visitors to school, and 12J, receipt of revised governing board regulation, JRCA-R, request for transfer of records. These items are informational only, and though no action is required, receipt of governing board regulations, GB/R, JIH-R, KI-RA, and JRCA-R is acknowledged. 13A, next meeting. The next regular meeting of the governing board is scheduled for Thursday, June 5th at approximately 6 p.m. And 13B, request for future agenda items. Members, are there any items you would like to recommend to be considered for future board meeting agendas? Board Member Cross.
I think Board Member Marquez mentioned it in the retreat on a attendance policy. Did we discuss an attendance policy or tardy? Today we discussed tardy, correct?
Today you discussed the code of conduct.
Code of conduct.
Right, and the tardy code of conduct was built into that.
So I would like to see us look at an attendance policy as well.
Thank you. Any other items? Board Member Meyer?
I would like to add the regulations, the receipt of GB/GBR from, Ms. Fernandez knows what I'm referring to. The regulations, are we allowed to bring that up for like amendment? I just want the wording to be clear on the commonly carried items.
Why don't we, so for those, because they're regulations, they don't have to be approved by the board, so I think that I would just suggest that you work with Ms. Fernandez on any language and we can consider it.
Oh, okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think I maybe mentioned during our board retreat a future agenda item to look at the superintendent evaluation. And specifically, I want to make sure we look at aligning the superintendent evaluation with our board goals, and also making sure it's based on the school year instead of the calendar year.
Okay, the end.
Thank you.
Can I get clarity real quick? Is this a policy you want to see on a first read? Is that where we start with it?
I think a discussion item, I don't think it needs to be a first read at this point. I think having a discussion with the
Okay.
board
Thank you.
around superintendent evaluation policy makes sense.
Thank you, Board Representative Marquez. I would like to lift up, in the spirit and inspired by the report that we received back on the HBCU tour, I would like PXU and the superintendent to look at tribal colleges and universities tour for our Native students. I don't know if we actually need a resolution on humane bee removal, but I would like to explore that. And not necessarily an agenda item, lifting up card readers for all campuses. I attended with my family, my husband and my daughter, Cesar Chavez High School, Chicago, which was really, really great and wonderful. It was cash only for tickets and concessions. At the beginning, Mr. Hart lifted up, is there anybody from the district in the audience? Because he thought the district hated him because he does not have card readers. Nobody at the district, I would like to hope, does not hate Mr. Hart, but can we make card readers accessible for all campuses, so that way we can maximize the revenue for special events and especially for clubs and other entities on campus. With that, anything else? All right, 13C, motion to adjourn, having concluded our business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I motion.
Second.
Second.
A motion to adjourn has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera and seconded by Board Member Meyer. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? A motion, we would like to lift up that Clerk Oliver is, motion carries. We are adjourned.